the voice of sports in South Jersey. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
I like the conversation. Every day it's something new.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station, serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios.
Josh Hedrick filling for Mike Gill on a Thursday afternoon on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Glad to have you guys on board the show today. We got a lot of football talk coming up today. I mean, people are reporting the training camp. Phillies game is underway. They're currently losing right now 3-0, but it's only the sixth inning, so they still have time to try to get back into this game, trying to not have two games lost in a row. The Phillies. All that more coming up today on the Sports Bash on a Thursday afternoon. Here's the lineup for you today. We're going to get deeper into this Saquon Barkley stuff because I'm going to play for you what Saquon Barkley said yesterday afternoon when we were on the radio on a podcast. He sounds pretty serious. We'll ask how serious Saquon Barkley is about potentially sitting out. Joining Ron on ESPN NFL Nation Giants reporter joined us at 2:25 today. We're going to talk some NFL as well in the 3 o'clock hour. Dave Clemick, former NFL wide receiver with the Kansas City Chiefs, mainland regional standout in football and track and field. He's going to join us to talk some football as well because one of Dave's passions, his work after football, has been performance training, and I want to get some insights on him about how guys are preparing to start the NFL season because I'm about 4 episodes into this Netflix quarterback show, and I got to tell you, this show gives a lot of insight on how these people train and prepare to play on Sunday. With training camp just around the corner for the Eagles, Steve Clements, a great guy to come on and talk about that. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Bird podcast. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Andrew the Checo, today's division preview is the NFC West. We'll get Andrew Checo's thoughts on that division, where the 49ers are expected to win the division, but we'll get his full scope on the division. And then at 4:30 this evening, Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad, Phillies writer, will join us after the Phillies game. The Phillies currently are down 3-0 in the 6th inning as Taiwan Walker hopefully tries to get out of this inning and give the Phillies, 6 innings where, realistically, it's the Phillies offense that's going to let them down. This is 2 straight games now that they have left numerous runners in scoring position. So we'll start with the Phillies real quick before we get to the football because I'm watching the game last night. I just keep thinking, man, this Phillies team is a ridiculously streaky team. It is utterly ridiculous. This team just, I don't want to be mean, but they are the most hot and cold team in baseball, it feels like. They were 1-8 with runners in scoring position last night. And even though they scored 3 runs, don't forget they lost 5-3 because there were 2 unearned runs that happened against Christopher Sanchez. So you could argue that the Phillies probably should have been able to position to win that game if they get at least 2 runners in and if there weren't mistakes made in the game. Because there were mistakes made in the field. And even though Nick Castellanos hit a home run, which was a cool thing to see him dapping up his son after the moment, the Phillies could have and should have won the game last night. So now you come into this game and you're down 3-0 in the 6th inning, and you're trying to get out of it. And I don't care if you're wearing the baby blue, the all red, the maroon, the bright red. I don't care. You got to figure out how to win this game because You don't want to end up on a little slide going into the next few weeks. Don't forget, they are leaving home this weekend. You don't want to leave home on a 3-game quick road trip going to Cleveland, losing to a Brewers team that you should have beat the night before. I don't care how good Corbin Burns is. I don't care about any of that stuff. What I care about is I know this Phillies team is better than scoring 3 runs yesterday and no runs so far today. And I know some people will point to, hey, you should, I'm using that word should, this is the reason why you should get a right-handed bat. But I'll remind you that that's not how the organization thinks. The organization looks at their offense in a different light than we do. Remember, this was Dave Dombrowski. We played the audio a little bit yesterday, but Dave Dombrowski did that full, extensive interview on the show, a New York Post podcast with John Heyman and Joel Sherman. And, look, we can sit here all day and every day. And, we got people like James who DMs us the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We got texters like Steven Ventnor at 609 403 0973 texting in, making all kinds of recommendations of who the Phillies could acquire, who they could trade. And I'm sure there's many more of you guys out there. But this is what Dave Dombrowski said to Joel Sherman and John Heyman.
The right-handed bat would be more a kind of a replacement for us losing Rhys Hoskins earlier in the year. So if we had another right-handed bat, but then yet when you look at our lineup versus left-handed pitching, well, we've got Castellanos, we have Turner, we have Realmuto, we have Bohm, you have Harper, you've got Schwarber. We've got the platoon in center with Marsh, and Pache has really done a good job for us. So there's really not a lot of spots that fit. Stotts hit left-handed pitching very well. He's a good player. So I think for us, it's just a matter of what makes us better as we go through. What do we think can make a difference? And of course, be talking to clubs. We've already started, like everybody else, talk to clubs and see what ends up happening.
That doesn't sound like a guy who's desperate to get a right-handed bat. That doesn't sound like a guy who thinks his offense is as bad as maybe you or I do at times. And look, he's right. They got a lot of talent. They got a lot of bats. They got a lot of guys who can hit on this team. The problem is in games like last night and today, last night you're 1 for 8 in runners in scoring position. You're in the bottom of the 6th and you scored 0 runs against, and that's a horrible pitch. I mean, these umpires are just really getting bad. Can I just say real quick, the biggest problem we have in professional sports today is that because there's no accountability for baseball umpires, NBA referees, NFL refs, these guys are allowed to do whatever they want. I mean, that ball was below Kyle Schwarber's knees, and they called it a strike. Just a horrible call. The next pitch, he grounds out. Now there's 2 outs in the 6th inning. But back to the Phillies overall. You and me and all of us here on 97.3 ESPN can talk about the Phillies need. But Dombrowski told you right there, they're not looking at it as we need this guy. We need that guy. Our offense needs another right-handed bat. Our team, they don't look at it like that. They look at it as, hey, we would like more depth. We would like to replace some of the production that we lost with no Rhys Hoskins in the lineup. We would like to have another guy out there. But there's no urgency there. There's no, man, if we don't get fill-in-the-blank player, it's not going to work. So for example, when people text in, hey, how about Logan Thomas for the Nationals or Adam Duvall for the Red Sox or CJ Cron from the Rockies, right? And fill in the blank other right-handed batter that's been mentioned out there, Justin Turner from the Red Sox, for example. you're just naming a bunch of guys who may or may not get traded. Don't forget, one of the problems we have in baseball right now is there's a lot of teams that think they're in it when they're not. Frankly, they should probably not have the deadline the end of July, early August. They probably should push it back a little farther. But, deadlines create urgency. Urgency creates decisions, and decisions, well, sometimes they have good and bad consequences. But still, the larger point is that you have a Phillies team that definitely could use some help, but the organization does not seem very desperate to get them that help. And again, when you look around baseball and you realize that, okay, outside of Logan Thomas, who's on a horrible Nationals team, most of the guys who are available, one could argue that their team is potentially still in it. Part of the problem with a team like the Red Sox and the Angels, okay, and all the Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout conversation, those teams are still in it. The Red Sox are only 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot. The Angels are 4.5 games. And right now, the Angels are beating the snot out of the Yankees. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys have been staying up to watch some of these Angel games, but I can't believe how poorly the Yankees are playing and how well the Angels just played the last 3 games. The Angels just took out the Yankees 3 straight games. The Yankees look pitiful. They look like they're falling apart. They're last in the American League East, and the Angels are ascending. And now the Angels get the Pittsburgh Pirates for 3 games, and then 3 games against the Tigers. It's very realistic that the Angels win 6 of their next 8 games. I just have trouble believing they're going to be sellers. And then you have a team like the Red Sox, because I mentioned Justin Turner. Turner and his teammates are 2.5 games out of the wild card. So they're even closer than the Angels are. And you look at their upcoming schedule, it's a tough schedule. But it's going to determine if they trade or not, because they got 3 coming up with the Mets, 2 with the Braves, and then 3 against the San Francisco Giants heading into the weekend. So we can dream all we want that, hey, the Phillies need to be better at runners in scoring position. Hey, the Phillies need to do this. Hey, the Phillies need to do that. And I got to tell you guys, watching this Phillies game today, I am completely confused about what the strategy is here, because they got Taijuan Walker on the mound. He just threw his 102nd pitch. His team's down 3-0. I mean, they must be really trying to save the bullpen right now, because I don't think Walker has many games this year where he has pitched over 100 pitches in a game. And poor Walker's just trying to defend himself. I almost got hit in the face with that baseball. See, it's actually a good move by Walker. He saved his face and his hand, his pitching hand, by using the glove to deflect that ball. So hopefully the Phillies can come back in this game. We'll keep you updated as the day goes on here on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad, Phillies writer, and of course, podcast will join us coming up at 4:30 tonight. But we got a lot of NFL to get to as well throughout the day. And, when I first saw the headline pop up on the feed yesterday, it was near the end of the show. And I read you guys the quote at the end of yesterday's Sports Bash about what Saquon said. Well, now we actually have the audio. When you hear this audio, it definitely makes you look, okay, at least makes me look, okay? Maybe I am different than some of you out there listening on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free. Thanks to First Bank. See, thank you for listening wherever you're tuning into the show. When I heard Saquon Barkley say this yesterday, I got to admit to you guys, I was a little shocked, because it definitely makes me feel a little differently about the Giants and Barkley. And this is a huge reason why I reached out to Jordan Ron on ESPN NFL Nation reporter to come on the show today. Take a listen.
This is my leverage. My leverage is I can say to the Giants, I can say to my teammates and be like, you want me to show you my worth? You want to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. I won't play it down. And that's a play I can use. Anybody knows me, knows that's not something I want to do. But like it's something that crossed my mind. It's like I never thought I would ever do that. But like now I'm in a point where it's like, Jesus, like I might have to take it to this level.
For a guy like Barkley to overtly come out and say that on the Make Money podcast, which there's so many podcasts at this point, I can't keep track. I mean, I feel like I listened to 2 podcasts this morning and I still feel completely out of sorts with that. But yeah, it's absolutely wild that Barkley feels that intensely about it. And 2 major things stuck out to me when he said what he said. So I want to play for you again what Barkley said and kind of pause it in the middle and give you my first take. So again, Saquon Barkley's own words, not me, not anybody else. This is Saquon Barkley's perspective on his situation.
This is my leverage. My leverage is I can say to the Giants, I can say to my teammates and be like, you want me to show you my worth? You want to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. I won't play it down. And that's a play I can use. All
right, so hold on for a sec. He says it's a play he can use. And you hear the way he verbalized it. He didn't verbalize it as, hey, man, I'm just sitting out for the money. Hey, I deserve to get paid more. It's almost like a respect thing for him. And he doesn't look at it as, hey, I'm just trying to get my money. He looks at it as, if I do this, I'm giving the proverbial middle finger to my team, to my organization. I think Barkley, from what I saw of the podcast, okay, I watched maybe 30 minutes of it, honestly. I don't think Barkley is saying that in an aggressive way. I think Barkley is telling you, look, if I use the leverage that I have, I'm hurting my teammates. I'm hurting the organization that drafted me. That's not the voice of a guy who's out to get paid. That's the sound of a guy who wants to play football. He wants to be with his teammates. And he feels like the organization is mishandling him. They're mistreating him. He feels hurt. That's what it sounds like to me. Then you have the second half of the part.
Anybody knows me, knows that's not something I want to do. But like it's something that crossed my mind. It's like I never thought I would ever do that. But like now I'm in a point where it's like, Jesus, like I might have to take it to this level.
Now look, he's not saying he's going to hold out. He's not saying he's not going to show up. What he's saying is that he feels like he's been put into a corner where he might have to make that decision. That, for me, makes me feel differently about his situation. Because, as I told you guys yesterday when I was filling in for Mike Gilholm, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, as I've been reiterating all week here, whether it's on game night here or on the Sports Bash, I keep telling you guys, I don't view Barkley's situation the same as the other guys. Because Barkley is younger than every other running back in this conversation we've been having. He's younger than Ezekiel Elliott. He's younger than Dalvin Cook. This isn't, hey, he's running out of steam. Okay? No, this is a man who is 3 to 4 years younger than most of the guys who are not getting jobs. Kareem Hunt is going to be 2 years older than Saquon Barkley when the NFL season starts. Kareem Hunt turns 28 next month. Ezekiel Elliott turns 28 2 days from now. Dalvin Cook, for as much as we can talk about, oh man, why doesn't he have a job? He also turns 28 next month. By the way, what is it with running backs all having birthdays in the middle of the summer? It feels like there's some sort of equinox or something going on with that. But the point is that all these guys are 2 years older than him. Derrick Henry's 3 years older than him. Barkley is telling you, I don't want to hold out, but I feel like it's my only option. I don't want to do this to my teammates. It's not the kind of person I am. And it just makes you wonder. It has to make you think, man, are the Giants doing Barkley dirty? We'll get more into the Giants. Kelly, I'm next. Jordan Ron on ESPN NFL Nation Giants reporter joins me next here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
The seafood, extraordinary. The value, tremendous. The sunsets, on the house. Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant is open for outdoor and indoor seating daily, featuring delicious seafood and tropical summer cocktails. Yuri's is Wildwood's home to mouth-watering crabs, including snow crab, Dungeness, Southern King, and Maryland Blues. Next door to Yuri's is the Boathouse Restaurant. 2 outstanding restaurants at one big location at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Experience what the Jersey Shore is all about at Yuri's and the Boathouse.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. Changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, buy a 5-quart jug and get a free STP Extended Life Oil Filter. That's right, free. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need, when you need them, at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply. Stop, opt out.
If you have blood sugar concerns, here's incredible news. Finally, there's one complete doctor-formulated solution to get your numbers right. Thanks to berberine, a clinically researched super ingredient, berberine glucogold will help you maintain healthy blood sugar levels while supporting cholesterol and insulin sensitivity. Text FAMILY to 321-321 to start taking control of your blood sugar levels today. Berberine glucogold has been flying flying off the shelves for good reason. It pairs one of today's hottest ingredients found in nature with 3 other nutrients for incredible blood sugar results. If you're ready to take control and live your life with healthy blood sugar levels, text FAMILY to 321-321. Text right now and we'll send you a complimentary bottle. This exclusive Berberine Gluco Gold offer is not available in stores. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting FAMILY to 321-321. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free. Text the word FAMILY to 321-321. That's FAMILY to 321-321. FAMILY to 321-321.
000. Get your zeros here. That's a zipper zero zilcha.
No, that's not it. Get low APR financing at Matt Blatt Nissan with 0 interest on every new Nissan in stock.
Oh, yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan.
Put 0 down, pay 0% financing, or make 0 payments for 90 days on every Matt Blatt Nissan in stock. Plus, with your job clearing $450 per week at Matt Blatt Nissan, you're virtually approved. If other dealers are telling you that you're stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth, and you can't buy a new ride anywhere else with peace of mind, like Matt Blatt Nissan's exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Only at Matt Blatt Nissan.com. On approved Tier 1 credit through NEMAC. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle, plus tax tag and $589 doc fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to mattblattnissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 8/6/2023. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. And they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces, and most are machine washable. Find Skechers slip-ins for kids or mom and dad at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Some people are easily moved.
Wasn't that just the saddest movie ever?
Whatever. Others, not so much.
Oh, look at the puppies!
Just dogs, but smaller, so what? But even those who aren't easily moved.
Look, your long-lost brother's been found!
Oh, hi, Mike. Can be moved by us. Yeah, we're that good.
Use Clark's Moving and Storage in Rio Grande for your next local or long-distance move. Visit Clark's Moving and Storage online at clarksmoving.net.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
I mean, Barkley does. I'm telling you guys, this thing to me is just so different than all the other running back situations. And it's right in the same division as Eagles. And I know a lot of Giant fans who live down here to get more insight on what is going on with the Giants and Barkley. ESPN NFL Nation Giants reporter Jordan Rana joining us right now on the Elite Accurate Hotline here on 97.3 ESPN. Jordan, welcome in the show. Appreciate you jumping on. How's it going?
What's up, man? Anytime. It's all going good. It's, finishing up the summer here, but, the Saquon story's not going away. It's actually just starting, I guess.
So what was your take on what Barkley said? I mean, I know he was on for I think it was like an hour and a half on that podcast, but I mean, he doesn't sound like a guy who's just like, I'm in it for the money. Like, it doesn't feel like a Le'Veon Bell situation. Is that how you read it?
Well, I mean, of course he's in it for the money. Everybody's in it for the money, aren't they? I mean, that's why he didn't sign a contract. If he wasn't in it for the money, he would just take him whatever they offered. So he definitely has a self-worth for himself. And they did not reach what he thought he was worth. He's looking at guys like Nick Chubb and Derrick Henry got their deal done several years ago. The cap's going up, but yet the Giants don't even want to give him what they got several years back. So I think that's kind of why we're sitting here where we are right now.
Why do you think the Giants aren't willing to go past a certain number? Like, is it just economics, or do you think there's a larger reason?
No, yeah. I mean, he's a running back. They already, I think, were willing to go further than they would actually like to go for a running back, right? They had already stretched themselves past what they thought they wanted to invest in a running back, and it's the market of the position right now. It's crappy for the running back. You see them all complaining, right? Austin Eckler's not happy. Derrick Henry's basically on his last leg in Tennessee. You got Joe Mixon taking a pay cut. Tony Pollard's on the franchise tag. Josh Jacobs isn't happy. He's not getting a deal. Nobody's getting money. I mean, Miles Sanders got $6 million a year. That's like how many there's wide receivers who don't even play making more than Miles Sanders. So I think it's really just the state of the position at this point. And you hear them complain. And let me just say this: when it'll change, and when running backs and people will give running backs more respect and pay them more money, when there's a running back who wins, right? Because you're talking about all these running backs, these top running backs in the league. You could put them all together. How many Super Bowls do they have? So the answer is 0, by the way.
Right.
So when you do that and it's 0, no team wants to make that investment. And the only way that they're going to change that line of thinking is if there's teams out there that are able to construct rosters with high-end running backs making a lot of money, who then win the Super Bowl. Like, you could have a consistently winning team like that. So until that happens, I don't see it changing.
So what, if anything, can change then for Saquon? Because he's suggesting, hey, I might have to sit out. I might have to, hold the line. But let's be realistic. The Giants, at least as far as I'm concerned, the Giants' offense is nothing without him.
Yeah, but Saquon wants $10 million, or does he want $600,000 a game, or does he not want $6,000, almost $600K a game, and $10 million? So I don't think they're overly concerned about him not playing this season. Like, they expect to have him as part of their offense at some point. It's just a matter of how Saquon wants to play. Saquon's goal right now, right, is how do I get to free agency? Because his best chance to get paid is obviously now in free agency. That's how he views it. Okay, because he already tried to get something done with the Giants. They were unable to get to an agreement where, he thought he was getting his money's worth of what he values himself at. So the thing is, okay, how do I get myself to free agency now? Now, the Giants still have that tag again next year, right? So now his thing is, how much hell do I give him to try to make sure they do not franchise tag me again next year? That's really his only play right now. And we'll see what he decides is the best route to travel.
You mentioned free agency. I want to know your perspective on this. Do you think that Saquon would have gotten more money on the open market, or do you think that's just him being hopeful?
I think it's him being hopeful. I think nobody's given him, more than, like $20 million guaranteed, whatever he was, getting offered from the Giants. That's just not out there anymore. There's no team that's going to be willing, in my opinion, to guarantee, $30 million to a running back. Essentially, that's 3 years worth for a running back who, by the way, has had an injury history and is 26. Going to next offseason, he'll be 27 years old. So, man, it's hard. It's hard sledding for running backs. But this is all in relation to obviously other positions, because there's nothing wrong with making $10 million a year. I'm pretty sure you would be okay with 10. I know you're raking in the big bucks over there, but $10 million a year, I think, on the franchise tag that he's getting this year, I think you'd settle for that.
I would take a tenth of that, honestly. But, that's just me. Jordan Rodon, ESPN NFL Nation reporter, joining us here on the Elite Acura Hotline here on the Sports Bash. Josh Heddick filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Jordan, speaking of the Giants as a whole, what is a realistic expectation for this team coming into this year, considering they did make the playoffs last year? I thought that Daboll did an amazing job with the team last year. So what is a realistic expectations for the team heading into 2023 season?
Yeah, I think when you look at the talent that's on the roster, and I do think they have a better roster now than they did last year, right? They had the likes of guys like Darren Waller or Bobby Okereke, who at least gives them a proven middle linebacker who could play in the league. I think they're a better team, but they overachieved last year. So they finished 9-7-1, but they didn't even have 9-7-1 talent, right? Now they have better talent, but the schedule is that much more difficult. Plus we have this whole Saquon thing hanging over the team. I think that's the kind of thing that at times you see derails teams. It's a distraction. They got to, have the Saquon potentially unhappy in the locker room. it can spider and just have negative effects. I do think that's possible. But I think if they, are in the 9-8 range, 8-9 range, like that's probably appropriate for the talent they have and the schedule they have. Because as you know, the Eagles have it as well. The schedule is a lot more difficult this year when you look at it. You don't play the AFC South, which stunk, right? The Giants, by the way, they swept the AFC South last year. They have the AFC East instead this year. We can make the argument that that's the best division in football, right?
Absolutely.
So they play San Francisco on the road, the Giants in a primetime game. Good luck there, right?
Mm-hmm.
They play Buffalo on the road in a primetime game. Good luck there as well, right? So this is a much more difficult schedule. I think 9-8, 8-9 would be a fine season for the team. I mean, anything where they make the playoffs or compete for the playoffs, I think would be fine. But they're still not at the Dallas and Eagles level, in my opinion, at least talent-wise. Maybe Brian Dable can pull some magic out of this team again. But talent-wise, they're not there yet.
Speaking of pulling magic, talk to me about Brian Dable and Daniel Jones. A lot of people looked at Dable and said, hey, look what he did with Josh Allen in Buffalo. And by the way, Josh Allen's turnovers went up last year without Brian Dable. So what is your perspective on Dable Jones year 2?
Yeah, I think it has potential to continue going in the right direction, right? I mean, they definitely, lured it in a little bit early in the season. And as they went along, they kind of opened it up and did more with him. And I think as we go along here in year 2, you could see that as well. Plus, he's going to have better weapons to work with, right? So I think the progression of Daniel Jones, you should be optimistic about that, especially with him working with Dable moving forward. So that, if you're a Giant fan or somebody who's looking at the Giants, is the biggest thing to keep an eye on, right? Like, where can this offense get to with Daniel Jones now working with better weapons, right? They brought in Paris Campbell. They brought back Darius Slayton. They drafted Jalen Hyatt. They brought in Darren Waller. So as long as Saquon's there, the weapons should be pretty solidly improved and give Daniel Jones a better chance to. Because I know the knock on Daniel Jones, if you watch the games, he played really well. You could sit there and say, oh, he only threw 15 touchdown passes. Fine. If you watch the games, Daniel Jones and QBR is a statistic that usually is pretty indicative of how a quarterback plays. He was tied for 6th in the NFL last year in QBR. So he played at a top 10 level last year. And I think he could do that and put up bigger numbers in year 2 under Dable.
I mean, the big deal to me is that Jones, the 5 interceptions and, the low turnover total number, to me, I think people, this is my opinion, Jordan. I've always said that for a quarterback, I don't really care as much about the passing yards, because I feel like that's an inflated number at times. To me, if you're not turning the ball over, you're not putting your team in a position to lose the game, then I think you're doing your job. And I think that people didn't realize that, Jones, he has gone down every year in interceptions. To me, that is the huge positive, that he's not putting his team in a bad situation.
Yeah, the ironic part about that is I know everybody, he's an easy target, Daniel Jones. He just is, right? Just everything about him, the way he started his career.
Mm-hmm.
But the turnover problem started to disappear even before Brian Dable came, right? Like you said, the turnover numbers were already down the year before. He was at less than 1 per game, which at an NFL clip is pretty good. It's a pretty decent quarterback number. Now, last year he got it down to ridiculous at what he turned over 8 times, I think, the whole season, which is in 16 starts, which is crazy. I actually would not expect him to be as good this year. That's really hard to do if you're any quarterback. I don't care who you are. Like Aaron Rodgers, is the only one who throws less than 5 interceptions a year consistently. It's a really, really tough thing to do. So I would expect his turnover numbers to go up a little bit, but I would also expect to see big plays, shot plays go up as a result. So I think you just can't harp on the turnovers. And I do agree with you. That part of it, I think we're past that part of it with Daniel Jones. It's over, right? He's already proven that he could. He's not just an automatic turnover, which some people for some reason still have that narrative about him.
Well, it's probably the same people, Jordan, who think that Josh Allen is this untouchable quarterback for criticism when his turnovers skyrocketed last year. So it's probably people who just only play fantasy football and don't pay attention to the game.
Yeah. I actually think the Josh Allen thing is overrated, the turnovers for Josh Allen, because he actually had a really high number of red zone turnovers last year. And it's not something he had ever done before in his career. I think it's actually going to end up being an outlier for Josh Allen. And we're going to see, first, we're going to see an MVP caliber Josh Allen this year because, he produced 41 total touchdowns last year between passing and running. And when you're able to do that in the NFL, that means you're really, really stinking good.
Jordan, I want to ask you, speaking of the Giants, about the defense, because Jared Davis goes down. That's a guy that I think a lot of people was expecting to have an impact on this defense, and now he's gone. What does that mean for the Giants defense this season?
Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about that. Jared Davis was picked up off the practice squad of the Detroit Lions in week 16 of last season. If he was starting and playing a big role for the Giants, that wasn't going to bode well for this team and where they're trying to go. If they want to be good, they have 2 second-year linebackers, inside linebackers, that I think they're hoping we're going to win that starting spot anyway. So, in Micah McFadden and Darian Beavers, we're going to look. They're going to look to them. And you know what? It's like that second linebacker role these days is just not that valuable a role. It's like a part-time role. It's not. I know it's a starter by name, but they got Bobby Okereke. He's going to play the majority of the snaps, right? He's going to be the 3-down guy. And so essentially the other starting, and I say that in like air quotes, linebacker is really sort of a sub-package starter in a way. Now, the success of the Giants defense, to me, is going to rely on can Kayvon Thibodeau and Azeez Ojulari, their 2 edge rushers, stay healthy and really grow into the players that the Giants think they are. Because if they have that pass rush and you add that to Dexter Lawrence and Leonard Williams, that now you have something, because you have those guys up front, you can cover up some problems on the back end. And you see the Eagles, you've seen that over there in Philadelphia for years. That's their philosophy. If Kayvon Thibodeau is the real deal, this defense, in my opinion, can get to a way different level than we saw last year. So a lot hinges on him and Azeez Ojulari in some sense.
Jordan, before I let you go, between now and training camp, are you filling in on any more shows, or do you actually get to get back to focusing on football moving forward?
Well, yeah, as you say that, I will be on tonight. Stay tuned tonight, 9 to 1 a.m. I'm co-hosting. So I'll be doing some filling spots here and there. But yeah, once Wednesday comes, it's back to the daily Giant grind, the in-season grind, practice every single day like you're in old Groundhog Day where you're just watching the same practice over and over and over again.
Are you doing the show with Q Myers again?
I am not. You know what? I'm sad to say I don't know who my co-host is today, actually, at this point.
Well, it's a great tease because people can tune in at 9 o'clock tonight on 97.3 ESPN
there you
and find
go.
out. Jordan Ronan and guess who? Tune in to find out, right?
Exactly.
Well, Jordan, I appreciate you jumping on today. Keep up the great work at Jordan Ronan over on Twitter. ESPN NFL Nation Giants reporter joined us here on the Elite Acura Hotline. Take care, Jordan.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Speak soon.
And, of course, Jordan Ronan's appearance being brought to you by Elite Acura. Visit Elite Acura during the Summer Up Performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at EliteAcura.com. Josh Henning filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 2 major takeaways from what Jordan said. He doesn't think that the Daniel Jones negativity out there should be as high as it is. And this is a guy who watches the team every day, every week. And if he says it shouldn't be as aggressive, I think that tells you that, maybe, the negative attitudes about Daniel Jones need to be tempered down a little bit. The other thing he said that, the Giants have a tough schedule, and it's hard to see a team even made the playoffs last year. He said 8-9, 9-8. That would be hard to make it into the playoffs. And, he mentioned part of that schedule. The Giants and Eagles don't play till the end of the season again. Giants, Eagles, Christmas Day. Giants, Eagles again, final week of the season. For the Giants, they have a massive stretch where they're basically only playing playoff teams from last year. They got the 49ers, the Seahawks, the Dolphins, and the Bills for 4 straight weeks. And by the way, he mentioned Aaron Rodgers, October 29th. Jets, Giants. I know that game's a 1 o'clock game right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if that game gets flexed, honestly. I'm just telling you guys right now. They're going to want Rodgers on as many prime slots as possible this year. And Giants, Jets is going to have a lot of eyeballs. You think the Eagles got a heavy slate of games that are not 1 o'clock? The Jets are going to have it too. And don't forget, if you haven't seen the Jets schedule, they have a stretch where all of their December games right now are 1 p.m.s. I'm willing to guarantee you at least one of those games gets flexed before we hit the end of the season. That's for sure. Yeah, the Jets actually have more 1 o'clock games than the Eagles do. And by the way, the Giants, they got a bunch of games in prime time as well. Cowboys in prime time, 49ers in prime time, Seahawks in prime time, Bills in prime time, Packers on Monday Night Football. So you're going to be seeing a lot of Giants, a lot of Eagles in the prime time slots this upcoming NFL season. Still to come on the show, we'll talk more NFL coming up with former Chiefs wide receiver and Mainland Regional graduate Dave Clement coming up at 3:25, as well as football at 4 with InsideTheBirds.com Eagles and NFL draft writer Andrew DeCecco. Also to come here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
From the beach,
the beaches are open and people are having a wonderful time,
to the ballpark.
Swing and a high fly ball, left field. That one is back. Gone. Harper delivers.
We've got you covered. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
With torque vector and super handling all-wheel drive and a 355 horsepower turbo V6, the Acura TLX Type S is engineered to go fast. And with 4-piston Brembo front brakes, it's also engineered to stop fast. The 2023 Acura TLX Type S. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Find your new 2023 Acura TLX at Elite Acura. Online at EliteAcura.com.
Check. You might already know about the Acura MDX. V6 engine, C7. We have an announcement. We swapped that engine with a specially made 3-liter turbo V6, race-tuned the steering and suspension, and for the first time, added Type S performance to an SUV. So we're just going to drop this right here. The Acura MDX and first ever MDX Type S. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Find your new Acura MDX or MDX Type S at Elite Acura. Online at EliteAcura.com.
To start the season, spray away stress. Get rid of grime. Clear the nerves. Do away with dirt and doubt. And lose the germs for less worry and more wins. When you get to a clean slate, the possibilities are endless. Clorox, start clean. Always use products as directed.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. It's a great time of year. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. Get in on the action all summer long, whether you're on the beach, the boat, or the boardwalk. Bet while you're on the lake and the Poconos. BetParx has you covered. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Check out live in-game betting, same-game parlays, teasers, and more. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances. Bet hits, home runs, and strikeouts in baseball. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Get in on the action all summer long. BetParx has you covered. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Take as little as 3 minutes to see if you could save on motorcycle insurance with Progressive. Come on, you've spent more time than that trying to name your bike.
How about the Crusher? I guess it's not really crushing anything. The Silver Bolt? No. Oh, what about Pepper? Mysterious. Is it a pet or a condiment? Surprise! It's a motorcycle. No, that's stupid.
Get a quote in as little as 3 minutes at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Was there water in your basement or crawl space from the recent storms? Perfect Basement, based in South Jersey, provides certified waterproofing, mold remediation, and foundation repair. One call to resolve it all. They work in basements, crawl spaces, attics, anywhere that moisture creates mold. Call Perfect Basement before mold becomes a problem and find out why realtors choose Perfect Basement for their fast response and expert service. Schedule a free inspection and check out their great reviews at perfectbasement.com.
These statements have not been.
That used to be me. Then I got this.
Body relief plus food digestion. A probiotic, right?
Yeah, it works naturally with your gut to help soothe occasional bloating and gas. Plus, it has vitamin B12 to aid digestion by helping convert food to cellular energy. 2 benefits, 1 capsule.
Align Bloating Relief plus Food Digestion from the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Learn more at alignprobiotics.com.
Sail into summer in New Jersey. Stroll boardwalks or soar high on the rides. Enjoy iconic shores, history, and culture. From dazzling cities to charming countryside. Find it all at visitnj.org.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Phillies are still losing this game. They're not losing 4-0. I mean, this offense looks pathetic. This is one of those games that's going to make the people who are negative Phillies people hate them more. And they're going to point to this game until they go on another winning streak. They're down 4-0, top of the ninth. They haven't been able to score a single run. It's just pathetic. The offense looks deflated. It's ridiculous. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. Terry and Galloway chimes in and says the funny thing about the Giants are dumb enough to think a running back is important enough to draft second overall, but not important enough to sign him after he plays well. What a dumpster fire of organization. Personally, I love it for Terry Galloway. Anytime things when they paid him, it's awesome. Well, Terry, it's not that Daniel Jones thing. It's that the organization overpaid him, and now they want to underpay the running back, as you mentioned, drafted second overall. And I think part of the problem is, and we didn't have a lot of time to talk with Jordan about it even more, because I wanted to move on to other topics, but we forget that the GM who's in charge of the Giants now, Joe Shane, didn't draft Parker, didn't draft Daniel Jones. So they're approaching this differently. So to me, I look at this situation as, look, you didn't draft Parker. You're not obligated to pay him. That's probably how the Giants look at it. But you're right, Terry. You gave Jones this huge contract, and now you won't give the guy who helped make Jones what he is the contract. I think that's where Jordan Rana and I disagree. Because, for me, I'm a big believer in, hey, the quarterback is nothing without the player around him. You need the receivers, you need the running back, you need the offensive line. And the Giants, you tell the Giants, hey, you didn't need to give Daniel Jones a 4-year contract with $82 million guaranteed. The Giants will say, well, we're paying Jones with the anticipation that he will continue to get better. Well, if Darren Waller doesn't stay healthy and Barkley's not on the field, Terry and Galloway's right. It's dumpster fire, especially with that schedule. Shane and Manahawkin chimes in and says, Josh, did you watch the whole interview with Barkley? It's about an hour long, and it really shows how much of a good guy Barkley is. The comments that you played are taken out of context. Well, Shane, I appreciate you chiming in. Honestly, I only watched maybe 30 minutes of the interview. So, and I get where you're coming from, that Barkley does come off as a good guy. A lot of the reports out there that he is a good person, a good human being, a good teammate. So I think with all that being said, I don't think the comments are being taken out of context, because I can tell you, I grabbed the audio myself. You know, when you typically hear audio on the station, it's either me or Mike Gill grabbing it here on 97.3 ESPN. And so there's no out of context taken. I didn't edit it to sound like that. I didn't make Barkley say those F-bombs on the interview. That was all him. So there's no taking out of context there. He said what he said. He said that he doesn't want to do this, but he feels like this might be his only option to force the Giants to pay him more. He has to show them, hey, I'm so valuable, you have to pay me. The problem is we're already past the deadline. We are already at a point where he either signs the $10.1 million deal or he starts losing money. He starts getting fined. He can miss all of training camp. As long as he shows up for week 1 with that signed contract, he loses no money. Like Jordan Raanan said, if any of us got offered $10 million, we're joining. I think that's part of the conundrum.
Here's what you missed on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I am tired of all the talk that comes out of Philadelphia in regards to the basketball team. It is talk. It is talk all preseason, all season, and then there's a bunch of talk for why it didn't go well, why it didn't work out. Then there's more talk about the future, more talk about this. Talk. Is there an organization in sports that talks more and produces less than the Philadelphia 76ers? I don't care. You want to win a championship in Philly or anywhere else? That's a statement that every human being on earth will make. I want to win a championship, would love to do it here or would love to do it anywhere else. I would like to have a nice dinner tonight in this casino or in another one or at home with my wife and kids. It's not a statement. That doesn't mean anything. It's just word salad.
97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply. Stop, opt out.
If you have blood sugar concerns, here's incredible news. Finally, there's one complete doctor-formulated solution to get your numbers right. Thanks to berberine, a clinically researched super ingredient, berberine glucogold will help you maintain healthy blood sugar levels while supporting cholesterol and insulin sensitivity. Text FAMILY to 321-321 to start taking control of your blood sugar levels today. Berberine glucogold has been flying off the shelves for good reason. It pairs one of today's hottest ingredients found in nature with 3 other nutrients for incredible blood sugar results. If you're ready to take control and live your life with healthy blood sugar levels, text FAMILY to 321-321. Text right now and we'll send you a complimentary bottle. This exclusive berberine glucogold offer is not available in stores. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting FAMILY to 321-321. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free. Text the word FAMILY to 321-321. That's FAMILY to 321-321. FAMILY to 321-321.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments.
I got approved with 0 down.
Freedom from high interest rates.
I got 2.49% for 72 months.
Freedom from overpriced new vehicles.
I got $6,000 off MSRP.
But most important, freedom from your old car.
I was told I was stuck in my lease. Matt Blatt Kia got me released.
Low 2.49% financing, up to 72 months on every new EV in stock, and 0 down on every Kia in stock. Plus, get $6,000 off MSRP on every new Kia EV in stock. Finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF, Kia Niro, and EV. 635 customer cash plus $22.50 dealer discount off MSRP. Expires 8/5/23. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Text.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait, text PLACE to 200-300.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers,
It's good!
and Flyers.
Oh, big save by Carter Hart.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash, Thursday edition on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennick filling for Mike Gill. Pitifully watching this Phillies team whimper to the finish line of this game. I just don't get it. Like, how does this team go from just clobbering the Padres? And the Padres actually have a good starting staff, an okay bullpen. It's not like the Brewers are that much better of a pitching staff than the Padres. You got a man on second base, 2 outs, and you're crossing your fingers that Alec Bohm can get a rally started here. You're down 4-0 in the 9th inning. Come on. We'll be getting more Phillies a little bit later in the show. Bob Wankel from Crossing Brawl will join us coming up at 4:30 this afternoon. Still to come this hour, we'll be talking with Dave Klemick about the NFL. Dave Klemick, former Chiefs wide receiver and Mainland Regional standout, Brad. And one of the reasons why I want to have Dave on is because Dave's post-football career expertise is as a performance trainer. And watching the Netflix quarterback documentary and seeing what Lane Johnson has done in less than 5 months of having torn adductor surgery, it's amazing to see what these guys go through, what they put themselves through to prepare to play in the NFL. So let's Dave about that, his thoughts on the Eagles as well, coming up in about 22 minutes from now. As always, you can go to the conversation is also 609-403-0973. That is the text board. You also can PM the show through 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. When the game's over, I mean, what is that? 2 hours and 3-minute game? Actually, 2.5. 2 hours and 32-minute game. Phillies lose 4-0. I mean, you have a full ballpark. All these people come out on an afternoon ball game, and the game is 0 runs. You gotta look miserable over there. I mean, the Phillies just gave a horrible effort. Hopefully, they can turn it around. I mean, it's unacceptable. I understand Corbin Burns is one of the top 10 pitchers in baseball, I guess you would say, but I think it's absolutely ridiculous. back to the football conversation now. And we'll get to more of your text in just a bit. 609-403-0973. I wanted to play this audio because apparently Dominique Foxworth has a podcast. Anybody else know Dominique Foxworth has a podcast? I didn't, but apparently he does. And Dominique Foxworth, who used to be a part of the NFL Players Association representation, he's very knowledgeable of the inner workings of the league. He came up with a solution. Now, my solution to the running back problem, I've been saying on Game, I've been saying on the Sports Back, and I haven't had anybody tell me no. I asked it to Jeff Mosher yesterday. I asked it to Rob Meyer from the Associated Press on Tuesday. So two guys who have covered the league over the course of the last, 15, 18 years. I asked both of them, hey, here's my idea. I asked Mike Gill, and he didn't hate it either. Nobody hates my idea. They just don't know how to apply it. Okay, but my idea is do in football what you do in basketball. If a player hits a certain level of accomplishment in their previous couple of years, then they qualify for a certain salary. So, for example, Saquon Barkley, and we can't use Pro Bowl because Pro Bowl has been delegitimized. We all know that. But he's the Offensive Rookie of the Year in 2018. That should count for something, right? He's been top 5 in the league in rushing last year. That should count for something, right? If you get in all-pro team, that should count for something, right? I think that could be a way, because in the NBA, you're in the MVP conversation, you get MVP votes, or you're a multiple-time all-star, or you're an NBA first team, second team, third team, that delineates what kind of max contract you can get. Well, you could do something similar in the NFL. I think there's a way to negotiate it to make sure these players get paid, especially the running backs, more. Well, Dominique Foxworth took my idea and supersized it, okay? Listen to his explanation, what the league could do. Again, Dominique Foxworth on the Dominique Foxworth Show podcast gives his solution for how we can solve the running backs not getting paid situation.
There's a pool of money that I don't think many people know about called the performance-based pay pool. Is a lump sum of money that the league has set aside to compensate players who have outperformed their contract. And what tends to happen is it's a player who's a late round draft pick or something. It's a bunch of players who are late round draft picks who ends up playing a lot of downs and they end up getting big checks. I was that guy when I played for the Broncos. I was a third round pick, a rookie. I ended up playing so much that my performance-based pay was higher than my actual salary. So I got one check that was higher than the whole salary I had all year. So obviously, since I benefited from it and lots of players like that deserve to benefit from it, my argument is not that we should take that away from them, but that pool is $336 million.
Crazy.
In 2019, it was $230 million. It's continuing to grow. I think that they should set aside a portion of it that is designated for running backs, or at least there should be some benchmarks that you have to reach over the course of a couple of years, maybe even 3 years. If you meet these performance benchmarks and these playtime benchmarks, then you unlock this performance-based pay bonus that is only payable to running backs who've reached these benchmarks.
I think now that we have some, that's a great insight from him. First of all, I didn't know that NFL players had this little system where you can hit certain performance bonuses and you get an extra check. So if there's a pool of money out there set aside for that, then he's right. Why can't we make sure there's a certain money set aside for, hey, you led the league in rushing. Hey, you were first team all-pro. You were second team all-pro. You get X number of dollars. Hey, Saquon Barkley, you are a second overall pick in the draft. You have to make a certain amount of money if you were top 5 in the NFL in rushing. I think that's the answer to this. I think the answer to this is create some sort of tier payment system in order to ensure that people don't get underpaid. Now, look, I'm not saying you have to pay these guys a minimum money or a maximum money. I don't want to get involved in creating payment brackets because then you're getting a little bit away from a competitive market and these guys being able to leverage their worth. Then you get into a situation where it's almost like an anti-American way of paying people. I'm not trying to advocate for that. I think I've always been on the position that these athletes should get paid as much money as humanly possible until they can't play anymore. I want to see every athlete get the maximum number of dollars he possibly can to ensure that when their career is done, they maximize the financial issues. To me, I think that's the goal. Okay. I think these guys, and I think a guy like Saquon Barkley, he needs to get paid more. Look, I don't know what the exact number is. I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly how the conversations went. Okay. I'm not going to act like, oh man, this is how it should go. This is how it should be. I can't do that. I wasn't in the room. I didn't have the conversations. I don't know what say. Maybe Saquon Barkley's got a bad agent. I don't know. Okay. But here's what I do know. If Saquon Barkley signs his tender, here are the players who are set to make more money than him this upcoming season, okay? In terms of fully guaranteed dollars, all right? And that's kind of the number I'm personally looking at, okay? We know that, just to use an example, okay? We know that Derrick Henry is going to get a minimum of $10.5 million, a maximum of $16 million this year, okay? Nick Chubb, he's hanging around 14, 15 million. But Pollard, Jacobs, and Barkley are all being tagged for basically 10.1 million. That means that Saquon Barkley is still going to be a top 5 to top 10 paid running back this year, depending on what number you want to use. Whether you're using the cap number, whether you're talking about just, available cash being paid to them. For example, Aaron Jones is getting $11 million in cash. So is Alvin Kamara. So they're both being paid more than Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs and Tony Pollard. Now it's only $1 million. Reports are out there that Barkley was offered $13 million for this upcoming season. And he said no. Well, Christian McCaffrey is supposed to get about $12 million this year. Now you say, wow, you're getting paid more than McCaffrey. Well, not exactly. That's $12 million in cash. That doesn't include the workout bonuses and the prorated bonuses coming his way. You look up and down the list of running backs, you realize that it wasn't the $13 million that bothered Barkley. It was the fact that the team is basically trying to tell him, you're not that important to us as you think you are. And that's, I think, his complaint. And I think that's the problem with this whole conversation. over on the text board, 609-403-0973. David in Vineland chimes in and says, I hope Saquon stands firm with his statement. He's representing a much bigger problem with the NFL, how they treat the position of running back. 4-year rookie contract plus 2 tags is pretty much the entirety of their peak production. So potentially you have your best player never making real money. David, it's an interesting point. Maybe you have to give the players the option to get out of that rookie contract sooner. Maybe instead of it being a locked in 4 or 3-year deal, maybe the final year of the contract is a player option. If the player wants to opt out or opt into the contract, that could be the opportunity. Jordan Ronan mentioned in the last hour, that Saquon seems to believe that he could have gotten more money in free agency. We don't know that for a fact, but I told you guys yesterday, I feel like if Saquon was a free agent this offseason, do the Falcons draft Bijan Robinson or sign Saquon Barkley? Do the Panthers get Miles Sanders on the cheap, or do they go hunt down and get Saquon Barkley? I think there are teams that you have to ask, would they have been in the Saquon Barkley sweepstakes? Do the Cowboys give Pollard the franchise tag, or do they give Saquon Barkley $15 million a year? So, David, I think part of the problem is, as you said, you're locked into the rookie contract plus the franchise tags. You're erasing a player's ability to test free agency. I think if these guys were allowed to go into free agency a little sooner, and listen, you can do like the NBA. The NBA has bird rights. The Giants can say, we can offer you more money in more years, but another team can still offer you a certain level of money as well. Maybe that is the way it can work. The Giants can say, hey, we drafted you. We get first right of refusal. Maybe everyone is a restricted free agent. Tell Saquon, hey, go into free agency. Don't even worry about the bird rights. Go into free agency. If someone's willing to pay you $16 million, we'll let you go. But the best you can get is $13 million. We'll match that contract. Maybe that's the answer. On the text board, 609-403-0973. Anonymous text chimes in and says, if the NFL goes to a tiered pay scale for running backs, the team will simply not employ the top paid running backs. They will go with cheaper running backs. Well, they're already doing that now, though. What's the difference? Think about the NFL right here, right now. Here are the free agents out there. Ezekiel Elliott, Kareem Hunt, Dalvin Cook. You're telling me that all 3 of those guys are not better than some of these starting running backs for different teams around the league? I want you to think about who are the top running backs in the NFL right now. Okay? Remove Christian McCaffrey from the conversation. Remove Nick Chubb. Remove Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor. We know who they are. Jacobs and Barkley. Okay? They got franchise tagged. Austin Eckler wants to get traded. He's not happy with his contract. You're telling me, okay, I'm going to get past all of the main guys. The starting running back for the New England Patriots is Ramondre Stevenson. He is a cheaper version of a running back. Who's the better running back? Stevenson or Kareem Hunt? Stevenson or Dalvin Cook? Stevenson or Saquon Barkley? You get the point, right? Who else starts in the NFL right now? Kenneth Walker for the Seahawks. He is an inexpensive option. Who's better? Kenneth Walker or Kareem Hunt? Kenneth Walker or Dalvin Cook? Kenneth Walker, Saquon Barkley. You get the picture? I don't think it's as simple as, oh, well, if you do a tier system, they're going to cheaper. They're already going with cheap labor. And you can't tell me Kenneth Walker is immune from injuries because he was just injured last year. You go through the NFL and you realize that there's a lot of guys who are starting for teams who are not the best option. James Conner is the projected starter for the Cardinals. If you're the Cardinals, would you rather have James Conner or Ezekiel Elliott? I mean, Zeke has less of an injury history than Conner does. Miles Sanders is the Panthers running back. If you could get Ezekiel Elliott, Dalvin Cook, or Kareem Hunt for the same price that Miles Sanders signed for, wouldn't you take it? Last year, the two best running backs in Atlanta were Tyler Algier and Cordell Patterson. Everyone I mentioned is better than those guys. The Detroit Lions' projected starting running back is David Montgomery. The Lions traded DeAndre Swift to the Eagles, but they kept Montgomery because he's an inexpensive jack of all trades. Khalil Herbert is the projected starter with the Bears. He's competing with Deonta Foreman for snaps. Everyone I named is better than those guys. I can keep going through the list here. I mean, I can just keep scrolling down. NFL running backs. I mean, it's literally a list you could find online. Javonte Williams, Denver Broncos. Brian Robinson, Washington Commanders. They're already doing it. They're already doing the, I'll take the cheaper option. Yes, Leonard Fournette is a free agent too. The only reason why I'm not putting him in the same category as the other guys is because Leonard Fournette is more limited. Like Kareem Hunt is a legitimate 3-down back. Ezekiel Elliott can still catch the ball out of the backfield. Dalvin Cook is an underrated receiver. Leonard Fournette is a more one-dimensional running back. He's more of a, I'm going to, pound it. I know he had some receptions last year. He's definitely evolved his game. But I don't look at Fournette as a reliable receiver like a Kareem Hunt is. I think Fournette's a very good running back still, but I think he even fits the inexpensive guy option because, you go over the last couple of years in Tampa, aside from the fact that Fournette doesn't start all the games anymore in Tampa the last 2 years, look at the fact that he doesn't rush for a lot of yards anymore. 812, 668. He's getting you almost, average running back production. So that's why I'll include Fournette in that conversation. Someone texted in, anonymous texted in, Rhamondre Stevenson is a beast. He's better than Kareem Hunt. Well, then you and I are not watching the same football. Kareem Hunt is one of the more talented running backs in the NFL. Stevenson is not the receiver Kareem Hunt is. I think Hunt's probably a better pass blocker at this point than Stevenson is. But, all right, think what you want. Talk more football coming up next. More text on the other side as well. 609-403-0973. Dave Clemick, he played in the NFL, played for the Kansas City Chiefs, Mainland Regional graduate. He'll join us next, talk some football here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Josh Henning filling in for Mike Gill as well on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of CI.
There's only one place for live sports and sports talk in South Jersey. Oh, yeah! Your sports station is 97.3 ESPN.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas? When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Are you ready to smell better naked? I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the OBGYN creator of Lumi, the whole body deodorant that's clinically proven to control odor for 72 hours on pits, feet, privates, and beyond. It's pH optimized to safely and effectively control odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. Plus, it's proven to work better than a shower with soap alone. Whether you shower twice a day or 3 times a week, Lumi works better. And did we mention it's aluminum free? With over 200,000 5-star reviews, I'm so sure you're going to love it, or you can return it for free.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 800 and get an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, free product of your choice, and ships free with code 800. LUMEdeodorant.com, code 800 for an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack. Love it or return it for free. That's LUMEdeodorant.com, code 800.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Hey, baseball fans, the BetParks app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. BetParks futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParks.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21. Casino and Sportsbook. Pennsylvania's #1 casino brings you more ways to make this your hottest summer ever. The slots are hot. Table games are hot. The restaurants are hot. The biggest and best sportsbook on the East Coast is hot. The entertainment is even hotter. Don't miss a minute of the action. Visit ParksCasino.com. Street Road exit off 95 in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Parks Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
326 here on the Sports Bash on a Thursday. Josh Kelly from Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. So as I told you guys earlier in the show, and I'm enamored with this Netflix quarterback show. Not because I'm like learning any great football insights. I'm not going to it for that. But it's all the time spent on the show, them talking about what goes into these guys preparing to play on Sunday. And it was just last week I published the article over at 97.3 ESPN.com about how impressed I was. Lane Johnson, not even 5 months removed from torn 100 pounds. That's twice his body weight. So if we're going to talk some football, we're going to talk some Eagles, we're going to talk what goes into performance training, there's no one better to talk to than Dave Klemick, former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver and Mainland Regional graduate, here joining us on the Elite Accurate Hotline on 97.3 ESPN. Dave, welcome back in. Good to talk to you. How you been?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on. I totally appreciate the plug and shameless plug. And I also I love being on Sports Bash here. I love being on ESPN with you guys during the football season. I miss you a lot.
Well, I know we'll be hearing you more again during the football season in the locker room with Billy Schweim on the weekends, but I had to get you on a Thursday because, you know better than anyone what it takes for these guys to get to the point where it's like, it's training camp, it's Sunday. And I got to ask you, for you, when you see a guy like Lane Johnson, the guy who's playing with a torn adductor during the postseason, He gets surgery in February. Last week, he's got 700 pounds on the hex bar. He's deadlifting it like it's almost no big deal. What does that say to you for a guy like that to do that?
Well, for that specific injury and that specific exercise, and you probably know this too, the adductor probably doesn't have a huge effect on the deadlift, which is using a lot of glute hamstring. But I still think it takes a lot of intrathoracic pressure, like where your abdomen is really, you have to like really bear down, and that does affect anything in like the core muscles. But, you know, Lane Johnson's a freak athlete, and those guys take injuries as a challenge. You know, and sometimes it's like, I'm going to get better because of this. I'm going to go stronger than I ever have. And they use some of those, that as fuel for their fire. You know what I mean? And Lane Johnson failed a few drug tests too, I think. So you never know how much that plays a part in there, but he's a freak athlete either way. So, I mean, that's 700 pound deadlift. I can't even hold that in your grip. That grip strength is something it's unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned the PEDs. It's interesting because Johnson actually has gotten better as a football player since he stopped using the PEDs. Ever since he got clean and stopped getting suspended, that's when he's been a first-team All-Pro. That's when he's had 3 years of not allowing a sack now. It's like the guy got better when he stopped using the extra stuff, and it just kind of has to make you wonder, you know, Dave, how does a guy get his ability to a point where he is that reliable every Sunday, week in and week out?
So the pattern that you create in the off season, these patterns, right? You'll get better because it's not like a wide receiver that, you know, over a couple years, your hamstrings are just going to go. Like, you don't have to move at these high rates of speed. It doesn't take a ton of like type 2 fibers where you're so fast that it's going to affect your play. You can be stronger you can be in your strongest in your life into your 40s, actually. So that's that's the way you look at it, is like, can these athletes be strong? Can they be faster? No, they can be stronger though. If you look at like the strongman competitions, they're won by guys in their late 30s and 40s. So that should tell you, like, yeah, these linemen, they don't have to be super duper fast, but they have to be able to be strong, and he still has that ability. So he can actually improve athletically as long as he's, you know, clean. He'll actually rely more on his technique than his actual brute force strength. So, like, I think that is like, you know, for him, he learned his own lesson, and he said, you know, hey, I don't need this. I need better technique, and I can actually get stronger into my 30s. You know, so that's the way I would look at it, like, kind of, you know, as a kinesiologist or whatever. But, you know, for layman's terms, it's just you actually can get stronger in your 30s. So that may have something to do with him improving as a player.
We know that the Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata, who are both freak athletes, so we can put them both on there, they were both ranked in the top 10 best tackles in the NFL by NFL executives and GMs and coaches. So when you hear the Eagles have two of the top tackles in the league, what does that say to you, Dave Klemick?
There's the front office, and they take some criticism, and sometimes they get really praised for it. They get praised for Jalen Hurts. They get ripped for Jalen Reagor. You know what I mean? But when they went and looked at Mailata and they got Lane Johnson, I mean, those two guys they set the foundation along, like, setting a pyramid, you know, or a foundation with your big men there is how you basically set your whole team. Like those guys, like when I was playing for the Chiefs, we had, you know, we had two guys that are Hall of Famers right now. And I mean, like they were first ballot Hall of Famers, and basically those guys were not going anywhere. They weren't letting them go anywhere, and everything was set off them. The quarterback protections are set off of them. So, I mean, they're going to keep them around as long as they possibly can. And I love when you place a lot of your trust and your team, the chemistry on those two, that offensive line. So that's my, and as far as like Jalen Hurts goes, he's going to appreciate the heck out of that he's got two guys that he can trust there for a very long time, you know.
Talking with Dave Klemick, former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver, mainland regional graduate, here on the Elite Acura Hotline on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on a Thursday. Dave, we saw the Eagles go to the Super Bowl last year. We know that they've had some changes offseason. What do you think of the Eagles coming into this season?
I like all these Georgia guys, and I really like that late first round pick we got from Georgia, Nolan Smith, I think his name was.
Yep.
What an athlete! If you look at him statistically, just I'm using the draft as an example, but if you look at him like as far as like an athlete, he is right up there in the top 3 greatest athletes to ever go through the NFL Combine. He's a phenomenal athlete. You're going to see he's going to transition very nicely to the even faster NFL game. As far as this season goes, I think this is going to sound weird, but because they play the Chiefs, and I got a lot of junk from all of you guys for that. But because I'm a Chiefs guy. One of my buddies, Dante Hall, is getting inducted to the Chiefs Hall of Fame this year, so I'll be back. I'll actually miss radio that weekend. But I definitely think that the Eagles have a great foundation to build on. I think that losing that Super Bowl, right, they were on such a high, and I think it was like with the new coach in there, I think they just learned, they're just learning they're getting their feet wet. I see this as like a longer term where they go, we got there. And I think they have, this is going to last. I don't think there was a flash in the pan. This is just my own opinion, and I'm not trying to be biased. I would say otherwise. I really do think it was the best thing that they got there, and they lost. Look, Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Let's not get that twisted. They all learned something, and they'll be back. If not, they'll be very close to being back real soon. I love this team. I love their leadership, and especially in Jalen Hurts. I don't like what happened to the defensive coordinator and that whole situation, but I think it'll kind of galvanize them. So it's going to be a big year for the Eagles again.
Yeah, new defensive coordinator this year. Jonathan Gannon is the head coach of the Cardinals now, so Eagle fans will have to complain about him again for a while. But back to you played receiver in the NFL, Dave. This is now going to be A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Jalen Hurts, year 2 that they're all together. Talk about the importance of 1 year to the next having that kind of continuity.
Well, like if you have a couple, like as far as timing goes, in 1 year, they turn into probably the most dynamic duo besides, I think the Dolphins had a better duo this year, right? But they've been together for a little bit. I think, Tyreek Hill had just gotten there, but they had the 2 top wide receivers in the league, and I think we were second. Now, and they're having fun. Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown are really good friends, and Devonta Smith is a great they're like a thunder and lightning combination, and Quez Watkins. And I love the setup that they have, like that big physical receiver, and they got that like slinky, snaky, like outside receiver that's they complement each other perfectly. So timing takes time, it takes repetition. And now they have all that in a full off season together, and a whole season of very successful year together. And I don't know if not looking at the numbers and everything, didn't they look like they were just having fun? I thought they just looked like it was fun. And if it was fun, it doesn't seem like it's work. And if it's work, they get to kind of have a little swagger, and they're just going to improve a lot because of it. They're not going to burn out.
Absolutely. Now, for those who don't know the full story, Dave Klemick, he has Klemick Performance Method, Klemick Performance Training. And Dave, I want to bring you on as well because I've been watching this Netflix quarterback show, and I'm watching all of the crazy things that these quarterbacks have to do to just get on the field. Like the amount of pain Kirk Cousins was in for a few days, and then he has people giving him specific exercises, specific workouts so he get on the field on Sunday. Patrick Mahomes having an explosion day versus a recovery day during the week. How his trainer is talking about in the documentary how Mahomes has the greatest range of motion in his spine that he's ever seen for an athlete, and all these different things that people don't realize what goes in, not just in the offseason, but during the season to get these guys on the field and perform on Sunday.
Yeah, there is a lot to go into it. And if you look at it from back up and look at the whole season, it's a marathon now, and they start to build this foundation, and think about it they go from most general to most specific. And even during the season, like you have to have days so that you don't atrophy your muscles. That's when you lose like size of your muscle cells during the season. So even during the season, you have to exercise in an explosive manner so you don't get worse. At least get worse. You may maintain, you may not get better, but you just have to maintain where you were throughout the season. So the off season is built like this. And I'll tell you how we used to do it. Jeff Hurd, our strength conditioning coach, and Billy Long, they used to have us walk. We would all walk for a week. We'd walk a couple miles, and then he'd tell us how to tuck in our belly button and walk. Heel to toe, then walk up on your toes, then start to jog, and then we start to do quarter miles. And then we do 200s, then 100s, then we work our way down. And then we're starting to build our running foundations right from the start. And then during the season, you actually are, now you're getting from a very general movement, and then you start to get in your weights and you get more specific with them and more powerful and explosive. And then during your season, you're just doing a few foundational things and some highly explosive things so that you can keep your type 2 fibers, your fast switch fibers active. So that we call that potentiating throughout the season. So it's like, and there's the trainers aren't like, they're scientists now. They're just nerds with a lab coat now, and they're telling you what to do. And then you have an administrator. It's like your vice principal. That's like the guy that comes in and hammers everybody. But there's the strength and conditioning coaches are looking at it. Like they're talking with doctors and they're consulting with these people and these people. And it's really a crazy thing, because think of it like they're race cars, and they have to have these race cars working throughout the whole year. They're always checking their engines and, checking their wheel temperature, wheel gauges and the temperatures and the oil. That's what all these athletes on the field are, if you look at it that way. And it's really, really complicated, and especially for the quarterback, because it's such a mental game, and they have to be so quick mentally and physically to see something open and to recognize pressures and think. I don't want that job. I would want it if, I was getting Mahomes money, but my gosh, it's a lot of pressure. It takes a special person to be able to play that position.
Dave, before I let you go, shamelessly plug the Klemic Performance Method.
So I have Klemic Performance Method. It's a sports performance training institute where we coach athletes to basically, in the easiest way I can say it, we'll put about 2.5 miles per hour on you at top speed. We'll make your top speed come in at a faster rate, so it'll be in a better accelerator, and we'll put 6 to 8 inches on your vertical leap. There you go. Thank you so much.
The website, by the way, is KlemicPerformanceMethod.com for more information. Dave Klemic joined us here on the Elite Accurate Hotline. Dave, appreciate you jumping on. Football season, it's right here. It's right around the corner, and I'm sure you and I will be talking more for the next several months.
We sure will. Can't wait. Miss you guys.
Dave Klemic joined us on the Elite Accurate Hotline. Visit Elite Accurate during the Summer of Performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at EliteAccurate.com. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on a Thursday on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. And don't forget, more football talk coming up at Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast here on 97.3 ESPN.
We never stop talking Eagles and NFL. It's Football at 4, every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Was there water in your basement or crawl space from the recent storms? Perfect Basement, based in South Jersey, provides certified waterproofing, mold remediation, and foundation repair. One call to resolve it all. They work in basements, crawl spaces, attics, anywhere that moisture creates mold. Call Perfect Basement before mold becomes a problem and find out why realtors choose Perfect Basement for their fast response and expert service. Schedule a free inspection and check out their great reviews at perfectbasement.com.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Right now you're thinking, Comparion, never heard of them. We know. We also know that you have no idea that Comparion Insurance agents are local and provide expert advice. So to help it stick, we're going to say local agent 4 times in the next 15 seconds. Ready? Go. Our local agents know you and your community. Our local agents offer insurance from top carriers. Our local agents have minty fresh breath.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com. Comparion Insurance Agency. Local agents, expert advice.
And there's number 4.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait, text PLACE to 200-300.
Okay, next time you're at the store, I dare you to not think about the unmistakable fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring. Yeah, you heard me. I want you to resist picturing a shower filled with those sensational Irish Spring suds. And if you succeed, well, you got what my gramps used to call resolutitude. Not a real word, but let's be honest, you're probably going to end up leaving with Irish Spring because of its irresistible scent and because you have zero resolutitude. Pick up Irish Spring today.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to My Computer Career and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug. Ew, a bug, get it. But the chances of actually hitting it over there are statistically, it's still alive. Unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants, like lemongrass and geraniol, and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Blatt Nissan. If you're currently stuck in a loan or lease, AJ the Trade Man can get you released. Matt Blatt Nissan.com. It's on at Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
347 here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennick filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget still to come in the 4 o'clock hour. We got football at 4. It is previewing the NFC West today with Andrew DeCecco, and then Bob Wankel will join us at 4:30 as the Phillies lose today 4-0. 4-0. They lost today. Just absolutely ridiculous. Couple things I want to hit on, though, here in this segment. By the way, you can join the conversation still at 609-403-0973. You know, we were talking earlier in the hour about the running backs, and, you know, someone brought up Leonard Fournette, right? the perception of guys like Fournette and Ezekiel Elliott and Kareem Hunt and all of these guys is that they can't, and Dalvin Cook, he's another one. They're washed. They can't play anymore. And the assumption is that, well, Rhamondre Stevenson is better than Kareem Hunt. Is he, though? Or is that just somebody who says, I tried to play Kareem Hunt in fantasy football and he didn't give me the stats I wanted? Or Rhamondre Stevenson is a big power back. He impresses me. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem with a lot of these conversations. We're having conversations about players based on not objective, but subjective information. I don't think Kareem Hunt is any less of a player last year because he was behind Nick Chubb for all 17 games played. I don't think it makes him a lesser player. I just think it means that he was behind a top 5 running back in the league. Boo-hoo, Kareem Hunt is not a top 5 running back in the league anymore. Doesn't mean he's a bottom 5 running back. I think that's the problem with the Saquon debate. It sounds good in theory. Hey, you're replaceable. Hey, we're not going to offer you more than $13 million. In principle, it sounds good. But in reality, it's not how it really works. It is not fair to look at the running back position and assume everyone is replaceable. To assume that everyone is, hey, just take the money and run. Like, it's easy for you and I to say that because we're not making millions of dollars. It's easy for us. And that's why I mentioned the Jordan Ronan last hour. I said, hey, some of us take a tenth of that money. Okay. 10th of 10 million is a lot of money to a lot of people. So what is the actual delineation for a guy like Saquon Barkley? The delineation is that he looks around the league and he sees that there are guys that are going to make more money than him this year. And I think that is the bigger issue that someone has to overcome. You know, the AAV on Christian McCaffrey's contract is $16 million. Alvin Kamara is 15. Derrick Henry is 13. Okay. Nick Chubb is 12. Aaron Jones is 12. So to tell Saquon Barkley, hey, the franchise tag is 10, we'll give you 13. And then Barkley says, I'm worth more than that. And it's a real difficult divide because I always tell you guys, you are worth what someone's willing to pay you. It doesn't diminish how much you're worth in a literal sense. It doesn't diminish you. Somebody's willing to pay you more, then go do it. But the problem is that we have cultivated two different perspectives. We have told these athletes, hey, you should get as much money as possible. But then we also cultivate and tell them, you get paid too much money to play football. So what happens is these guys, they are cultivated. They are basically molded into being frustrated and angry and frustrated. I think that's the bigger problem. You know, I was talking about with Dave Klein about what these quarterbacks go through to get ready. Kirk Cousins was legitimately hurting and injured in that Bills game and the Vikings had. And you could argue that if Kirk Cousins is not injured, does that game go the same way? Because he even says in the documentary, hey, I was in so much pain, I couldn't focus, I couldn't think. Guys were asking me questions and I couldn't give them an answer because I was in so much pain. He went through so much work to get to the point where he felt good enough to play on Sunday that he couldn't have a conversation with his head coach at one point because the coach asked him, "Are you all right?" And he goes, "No, I'm hurting." And he slams his helmet after a play didn't go the way he'd hoped it would because the QB seek didn't work out. And so Kirk Cousins is the perfect example of a guy who went out and was able to bet on himself. Kirk Cousins went out there and said, "Hey, I think I'm worth X number of dollars." And after Washington franchise tagged him twice, what did he do? Ever since he left Washington, Kirk Cousins has made $155 million in cash. Is he the best quarterback in the NFL? Absolutely not. But he was allowed to go out there and bet on himself. He was allowed to go out there and give it a go. And whatever you think about Kirk Cousins as a person, you know what the Vikings have gotten for $155 million in cash? They've got a quarterback who's thrown 153 touchdowns. That means Kirk Cousins is being paid $1 million for every touchdown pass he has thrown for that team. If you include the postseason, in Minnesota, he has 4 passing touchdowns. That means 157 passing touchdowns through the regular season, the postseason, and he's got $155 million in cash for all of that. I think that's the problem. The quarterback's allowed to go out there and get his money. The quarterback's allowed to go out there and see what his value is. The running back is not, and that's the larger problem with this running back conversation. We are treating the running back like they are a lesser player than any other player in the league.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's interleague action at Fenway Park in Boston.
Gone! Justin Turner walks it off.
Justin Turner and the Red Sox welcome Pete Alonso and the New York Mets.
Gone! A 3-run homer for Pete Alonso.
The Red Sox and Mets. Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN.
Excessive temperatures can lead to heat cramps, heat exhaustion, or life-threatening heat stroke. Here's how we can protect ourselves and our families. Take breaks from the sun. Drink plenty of water from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. Limit alcohol and caffeine, which can dehydrate you and make matters worse. When exercising or doing another outdoor activity, try to do it in the early morning or late evening when temperatures are lower. If you're spending the day outdoors, be sure to wear a hat or a visor and stay under an umbrella or other shaded area. Symptoms of heat-related illness include headache, nausea, vomiting, muscle cramps, and fatigue. By taking a few precautions, we can protect ourselves and our families and enjoy the summer season. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Recycling is an easy and important activity you can do every day to help the environment. ACUA reminds you to recycle metal cans, glass jars, cardboard, paper, and accepted plastics. To learn more, visit acua.com or call 609-272-6950.
Did you know Atlanta County has been recycling for more than 35 years? Recycling is an easy and important activity you can do every day to help the environment. ACUA reminds you to recycle metal cans, glass jars, cardboard, paper, and plastics with the numbers 1, 2, and 5 inside the recycling symbol. To help keep this successful system going, never put plastic bags in your curbside recycling container. And please rinse off food residue. To learn more, visit acua.com or call 609-272-6950.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-384-3434. That's 800-384-3434. 800-384-3434.
Deodorant you use on your butt? You heard that right. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, founder of Lumi Whole Body Deodorant. It's time to summer-proof your body odor. Lumi's formula works everywhere. Pits, underboobs, and yep, butts too. All those places that naturally tend to get a little bit stinky when the weather gets hot. Lumi's clinically proven to control odor for 72 hours. That's 3 whole days of fresh fun in the sun. As an OBGYN, I met thousands of women looking for a better way to control odor below the belt. So I created Lumi, a pH-optimized aluminum-free deodorant that actually works, with over 150,000 5-star reviews to prove it. Ready for your freshest summer ever? Head to LumiDeodorant.com to get started.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 26 and get an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack that comes with a free product of your choice and ships free with code 26. LumeDeodorant.com, code 26 for an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack. That's LumeDeodorant.com, code 26.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParks is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. Plus, the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParks.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Parks Casino. This is how you win. The fun never stops at Parks Casino, the #1 casino in Pennsylvania. Get into 360 for the best live entertainment. Friday, July 21st, the Dirty Dance Band hits the stage. Saturday, July 22nd, the music continues with Amanda and Teddy. Plus, Joe Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday. Follow ParksCasino.com for entertainment schedule, including national headliners like the Wallflowers, Marlon Wayans, and Melissa Everett. This is how you win. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
He is hit. He stumbles. He's down.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DeCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Josh Hennick filling for Mike Gill here on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Counting down the days to the Eagles arriving at training camp. Seems like the Jets are already in camp. Today's Football at 4 with Andrew DeCecco. We go week by week division previews. And this week we have the NFC West. Important division because that is the division of the team that the Eagles beat in the conference championship last season, and the 49ers are still considered one of the best teams in the NFC. So to get into all that and more right now, Andrew DeCecco, Eagles writer and NFL draft writer for InsideTheBirds.com, and joins us every Thursday here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Andrew, welcome back in. How you doing today?
Good, Josh. How are you?
Doing pretty good. So let's start with just a big picture of the NFC West. Obviously, a lot of people feel like divisions like the AFC East and the NFC East are good divisions. What is, in your mind, the depth of the NFC West?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty top-heavy, Josh. I think the 49ers and the Seahawks are the Titans of the NFC West. And then, you go through, the Rams have some strong points in their roster, but their defense leaves a lot to be desired. And the Cardinals are really a work in progress as well. So I think that you have two heavy hitters at the top, and then the rest are kind of going to fade out.
So let's get to the first heavy hitter, that being the 49ers, because that's the team a lot of Eagle fans, they're curious about. They got Javon Hargrave this offseason. They have kind of a quarterback competition. Nobody really knows who's going to start week 1 for them. Let's start on the offensive side of the ball. Brock Purdy coming off an injury. Trey Lance coming off an injury. Sam Darnold in camp. What is the state of the 49ers offense?
Well, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what direction they go under offensive coordinators Chris Forster and Clint Kubiak. Obviously, you mentioned the 3 quarterbacks there. It behooves the 49ers to make sure that first and foremost Brock Purdy is healthy before you throw him out there. But all things equal, I think that he will be the quarterback opening day, or at least when he is healthy. And because coming off the season that he had last year, seemingly out of nowhere, I thought he really did a nice job piloting the offense. And you really don't have to do too much when you have a receiving core like Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings. Danny Gray is back this year. He was a speedster from SMU who they drafted in the 3rd round last year. Really underutilized, but I think he's really going to come into his own this year as a vertical threat. And Ronnie Bell, I liked him coming out of the draft. He was a 7th round pick out of Michigan. He's there. I think he's going to be their returner. George Kittle is probably one of the best all-around tight ends in the NFL. Running backs, you have Christian McCaffrey, you have Eli Mitchell. I think they complement each other really well. Mitchell being the more power-heavy running back, I think he's going to factor in short yards and goal line situations. And then McCaffrey, of course, is the do-it-all running back, who is the great equalizer. And then on the offensive line, you have arguably one of the best tackles in the league in Trent Williams. So I think they have a lot of components in place to be one of the preeminent teams in the NFL once again this year.
I got to ask you, because Andrew, you also cover the NFL draft. This is like the fall of Trey Lance. I mean, this guy was this highly regarded prospect, and now in 2023, he's like the forgotten man out there.
Yeah, well, when you get outplayed and, you sort of, it's what have you done for me the last 5 minutes? That's the way the NFL seems to work these days. And at least in San Francisco, it's going to be hard for Lance to overcome what Purdy's done. Purdy's demonstrated more than Lance has in his career. So I think that Trey Lance would benefit more from a fresh start. It's going to be really tough to overcome this hurdle. And then Sam Darnold is a veteran who's seen it all. Not really going to propel the offense to greater heights, but I think that he's a steady guy who can navigate in the interim should Brock Purdy have to miss any time.
Andrew, flip it over to the defense. I mentioned they added Javon Hargrave. Obviously, the rich get richer, but different defensive coordinator this year. DeMeco Ryans is now in Houston. Talk about the 49ers defense.
Yeah, it's going to be under Steve Wilkes this year. But, I mean, you look at Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead. That's just the starting unit. Then you have Javon Kinlaw, former first-round pick out of South Carolina State. Then you have Cleveland Farrell. Many may remember he was drafted in the 1st round, overdrafted by the Mike Mayock regime with the Raiders a number of years ago. Linebackers, they have arguably the best linebacking duo in the NFL in Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. Really potent second level. It's going to be hard to get anything past those guys. And then their defensive backfield, they have guys like Diamador Lenore, who's hung around for a number of seasons as a starter. Charvarius Ward's an underrated player who I really like with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's really found his footing as a starter. It took a little bit of a while for him to really break through, but I thought that I think he's really come into his own. Isaiah Oliver comes over from Atlanta. He's the nickel corner there. He's really inconsistent, but when he has been on his game, I thought he's been a really intriguing young player. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does in a new scenery with new coaching, working with his skill set. The safety tandem of Tayshaun Gibson. Tayshaun Gibson has been around forever. I remember him with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I believe he was also with the Browns, and now he's with the Niners. And then you have Toaloa Hufanga, who is also one of the better safeties in the NFL. So I really like the 49ers defense. I think that they'll be able to win some games where they don't have to score, 20 or 30 points. I think the defense is that good where it can bottle up teams on their own.
Andrew Checo joining us here on the Elite Acura Hotline here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Andrew, let's head up northwest. Seattle Seahawks interesting team last year. Geno Smith, way above expectations. They found a way to have a good year last year. So did the Seahawks improve enough from last year to this year to be a playoff contender again?
Yeah, I think in a big way. Everyone talks about the 49ers, and rightfully so, but I may even like what the Seahawks have done and where they stand right now as a team even more, if you can believe that. I mean, it all hinges upon Geno Smith and if he's going to be able to. Was that last year? Was it last season an aberration, or is that sort of the player that he can be, and he's in the right situation to thrive, right? I mean, we need to see if lightning can strike twice here. But, I mean, the running back situation, Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. Charbonnet was drafted out of UCLA. He'd be a starter on most teams. He's going to be working in concert with Walker, who had a really good rookie season. He does have a little bit of an injury history, Walker, so Charbonnet may have a more prominent role than the surface may suggest. Wide receivers, you have DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. How about drafting Jackson Smith and Jigba as your third receiver? I mean, he was a first-round talent. He would have been a number 2 on most teams. Will be a number 3 here. Their offensive line that's gotten steadily more sturdier over the years. You have Charles Cross at left tackle, who they drafted in the first round in 2022, and Abe Lucas on the right side as the bookend tackle, who they drafted in 2022 in the third round. So that's always been one of their sore spots, their trench play, and sort of being able to be dominated in the trenches. I think they're working towards solidifying that area. And then on the tight end, you have a multi-level player in Noah Fant. We'll see if he's able to really live up to his billing. He was a really highly regarded player coming out of Iowa. So that's the Seattle offense.
Can Geno Smith be better with the offensive additions this year? Like, is there another level Geno Smith can go to, or do you think that last year, Andrew, was the best of Geno Smith?
I mean, I think that was the best of Geno Smith, but I mean, if the Seahawks get that version of him, they're going to challenge the 49ers for, divisional supremacy there. And I think that adding someone like Zach Charbonnet to give you a 2-headed rushing attack is really going to ease some of the pressure from Geno. Adding Smith and Jigba, who has a little bit of a different body type compared to Tyler Lockett. So they have 3 receivers with different dimensions. I think that's also going to help. And then also solidifying that offensive line and getting those pieces in place, providing a protection, because he's not somebody that he's not a Jalen Hurts back there. Let's just say that. He's not somebody that could be able to mask deficiencies on the offensive line. And then adding, you have Noah Fant there. I think that there's so many different pieces, intriguing pieces and ways that they could deploy these guys differently that are really going to help him. And I don't know that he's going to have to do more than he did last year because the offense is a lot better.
Andrew, talk about the Seahawks defense. Obviously, football fans remember a decade ago, it was the Legion of Boom. It was all those, star players on the side of the ball. Now, today's Seahawks team doesn't have the star power, but they still have talent over there.
Yeah, bringing over Draymond Jones from Denver. Jaron Reed still there. Boye Mafe was a second-round pick last season in 2022. He's a reserve. Cam Young, they drafted in the 4th round from 2023, just a few months ago. He's a player that you don't have to necessarily throw him in there right away, but he has some talent that they can develop. Linebacker Darryl Taylor, Jordan Brooks, who is, I believe, his 3rd or 4th season out of Texas Tech. He was somebody that rose up draft boards, really athletic player. Bobby Wagner's there. Devin Bush is there. They drafted Derek Hall out of Auburn in the 2nd round in 2023. So they have an amalgam of linebackers there that I think that they'll find the right pairing, but they also have some pretty solid reserves there as well to throw at teams. And the cornerback situation, we haven't even discussed this, but I don't know that it has been really discussed throughout this offseason, but Devin Witherspoon and Reek Woolen can comprise arguably the top cornerback duo in the NFL by season's end if, Woolen's able to replicate his success from his rookie season, which, he was up there with Sauce Gardner as the top 2 rookie corners, and Witherspoon, how quickly he transitions to the NFL. I had him as my top-rated corner in the draft, and so to have those two, it's an embarrassment of riches on the perimeter. Kobe Bryant is a solid nickel corner, and Michael Jackson from Miami. Not, that's that's a player that I think he's bounced around quite a bit, but he's a solid backup on the perimeter there. He can also contribute as a safety. I liked him. I saw him at the Shrine Bowl a few seasons ago. Their safety situation, they have Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs, Julian Love, and Joey Blunt, who was an undrafted free agent in 2022 out of Virginia. I followed his career extensively through college, as I'm sure you would expect, and I really like what he can do. Not overly athletic, but a really smart and player with tons of intangibles. So they have a lot of depth there on the back end.
They also got a lot of names. I mean, Michael Jackson and Kobe Bryant. It's not who people think of. It's totally different people out there in Seattle. Before we move on from the Seahawks, I want to ask you, Andrew, Pete Carroll is in his 70s now. What is your perspective on him as the Seahawks head coach at this point in his life?
I think that, if last season was any indication, I think he's still got plenty left in the tank. I mean, he's somebody that I think is an innovative coach. I don't think the game has passed him by or anything like that. I don't think that his beliefs and ideologies are antiquated. And I think when he reaches that level, he'll know it. And the NFL, he'll know it. And I think that he is the type of coach that would bow out rather than, get taken to school by some of the up and coming head coaches. And as the NFL continues to evolve, but right now I think that he's got a firm handle on things, still a leader of men, and still, moving the Seahawks in the right direction.
Going from one Super Bowl winning coach, Pete Carroll, to another, Sean McVay, the Rams are a conundrum because it felt like they had so many injuries last year that people forget that wasn't the only reason why the Rams were a losing team last year. They lost a lot of players from the Super Bowl team, the injuries and free agency. So what are the Rams a couple of years removed from a championship?
Yeah, they're a shell of what they once were, Josh. I mean, you have at the center of everything, you have Matthew Stafford, the running back situation of Cam Akers, who started off really slow last season. Many wondered if he was going to be even waived, but he's their starting running back as we stand right now. Kyron Williams backs him up. Darrell Henderson was always somebody that's lurking and cutting into Cam Akers' touches or factoring into the equation in the backfield in some form or fashion. He's a free agent right now, and last I heard, he had a workout with the Patriots, so we'll see what they have there. But if Akers isn't the guy, you would think that Darrell Henderson would be somebody they want to bring back into the fold. Wide receiver, Cooper Kupp, Van Jefferson. Puka Nacua is a player who I really like coming out of BYU, 6'2", 205. They got him in the 5th round, which I thought was tremendous value. I think he could find his way in the starting rotation. DeMarcus Robinson's there, good veteran guy, journeyman, was with the Chiefs, was with the Ravens. They drafted Steve Avila, the left guard, or the guard. I think he's going to play on the left side. They drafted him at a TCU, and he was one of those players that I thought was one of the surefire plug and play type of guys. And he's an interior mauler, and I think he's going to provide an instant boost to that offensive line. So I'm interested to see what he's able to do there. And then Tyler Higbee is their tight end. But, aside from that, I mean, they don't have, aside from Cooper Kupp, I should say, there's not a lot of guys there that move the needle and make that offense being able to, go toe-to-toe with the other two teams that we've mentioned.
You mentioned Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp. I mean, those are two guys who are pretty good players, but they're on a not so good team. For those out there who might be wondering, about those guys upcoming season, do you expect a bounce back year for Stafford and Kupp, or do you think that they will be bogged down by the lack of talent around them?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they could be continuing to trend downward, unfortunately, because I think that it's going to be a byproduct of the lackluster talent around them. I don't think the defense is going to afford them a lot of stops this year, and I just think that they're constantly going to be one of those teams that you wonder what happened. How do they fall from grace so fast and drastically?
What is Sean McVay at this point? Is he still a guy who can maybe weather the storm and get to the other side and rebuild this organization? Or do you think the clock is ticking as the sand glass running out of sand for him in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, I think the sundial's turned over, as far as his career goes. I mean, this is somebody that has flirted with the idea of retirement, if we remember. So, I mean, I don't know how long he plans on staying at the party, so to speak, but I have to think that it probably won't be long, especially if the season kind of goes wide left, like many sort of are forecasting right now, given just the talent of the two heavyweights in their division and just the lack of talent and a byproduct of poor drafting and allocation of resources. It's really all coming to the forefront right now.
Yeah, the Rams are the poster child now for what happens if you go all in for 1 year and how it can go seriously wrong along the way. Andrew DeCecco joining us here from InsideTheBirds.com on the Elite Acura Hotline on today's Football at 4. We'll wrap up the NFC West with arguably what might be not just the worst team in the division, but they might be one of the worst teams in the entire NFL this year. The Arizona Cardinals, they do not look like a team that is going to win more than 4 or 5 games this year, Andrew.
It's hard to see, looking at their schedule. I think that Jonathan Gannon's going to get off to a rough start in his first year as a head coach. His defensive coordinator, of course, was from Philadelphia, the young Nick Rallis, who was their linebackers coach last season and the season before that. He's going to have his hands full with his unit, but we'll get to that in a second. Kyler Murray is a very polarizing player, but he has decent players at receiver, and Marquise Brown, Rondale Moore, if he can stay healthy. Greg Dortch is a player who's in a similar mold as Rondale Moore. Zach Pascal comes over from Philadelphia, not a burner, a good possession receiver who can really provide some assets as a blocker. They drafted Michael Wilson in the 3rd round this past April. Zach Ertz is there, and he's going to have to be a security blanket for Kyler Murray, and if they want that offense to be functional at all. And I really like them drafting Paris Johnson in the 1st round. I thought that they really needed to provide some help to their quarterback in Kyler Murray because he is the face of their franchise offensively.
We should mention Paris Johnson's father also played for the Cardinals, so a little interesting history there in Arizona. What is Kyler Murray, though? What is Kyler Murray at this point in his career, Andrew? Because this was the number 1 overall pick. He was this phenomenal talent coming out of college. And the question was, is he too small? Can he play in the NFL long term? Will he get injured? There's been questions about him and his commitment to studying and preparing for games. So what is your perspective on Kyler Murray at this point in his career?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I don't know that he's going to get any better than he already is right now. Right. And by saying that, I don't know that he's somebody that can elevate an offense. I think that he is someone that needs, I don't even know that you had DeAndre Hopkins I don't want to use talent as an excuse. His body language is poor. When things don't go his way, he seems to go south. And as a leader, you cannot do that. And I just don't know, I don't know what his mental toughness is like. And I don't know how he's going to handle being coached by Jonathan Gannon. I mean, I don't know how Gannon's going to be how he's going to coach that. Is he going to approach that with tough love? And you're the quarterback of this team, you have to make it work, or what the approach to that's going to be. But I don't view Kyler Murray as a preeminent quarterback in this league, as somebody that can elevate an offense and be in the MVP conversation. I think that he kind of is what he is, and he needs a lot of talent around him in order to thrive.
You mentioned Jonathan Gannon. That's where I'll finish up with the Cardinals with you, Andrew. Gannon, year 1 as a head coach. He's obviously already had a weird offseason with the way he got hired, the weird comments he's made in his time in Arizona. Obviously, it looks like he's going to have a losing year his first year. What do you think the rope is going to be? How long of a rope does he have to be the coach in Arizona before they're able to turn things around? Will he be the coach there when they eventually become a winning team, or do you think he'll be a casualty of not being able to make it across the bridge?
That's a great question and a fair one. Well, it all depends, to be honest with you, how he's able to lead. Is he going to be able to keep the locker room together? Because we do anticipate the season going south. I mean, how are a lot of the veterans, are they going? Is his voice going to resonate amongst the locker room? If he loses the team, and the season goes on, hits the skids, I mean, he could be a one and done head coach. But if they're committed to his vision and they believe in what he's saying and his actions and his approach and his commitment to his job, then I think that he will be able to stick around for another season and have the opportunity to see it through and get the team headed in the right direction. But I think it's the ultimate indicator is going to be how the team responds to adversity this season under his leadership.
Andrew, before I let you go, obviously, who do you think is going to win the NFC West and why?
I think the 49ers are going to do it. I like their veteran contingent. I like what Kyle Shanahan's able to do offensively and the creativity there. And they've just done it before. And I think that there's something to be said for that. That being said, Josh, I think it's a lot closer than many expect. I mean, I had a tough time. I was going back and forth between the Seahawks and the 49ers because I think the Seahawks actually have a roster, particularly on the defensive side with depth, as far as depth's concerned, to really be a contender this year with the 49ers. But that being said, I think the 49ers are just too physical, and they have the veteran experience, and especially at the coaching level. So I think that's who I'm going with.
He's Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Check out all of Andrew's coverage of the Eagles in the NFL draft over at InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew will be back next week with Mike Gill when they will preview the NFC North. And of course, you can follow Andrew on Twitter. It's his name, Andrew DeCecco, one word on Twitter. Andrew, great stuff today. Appreciate you jumping on.
You bet. Talk soon.
And Andrew DeCecco's appearance here on the Sports Bash was on the Elite Acura hotline. Visit Elite Acura during the Summer of Performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at EliteAcura.com. I am Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash with 97.3 ESPN. Coming up on the other side, we will get back to the Phillies. Grown 2 straight losses, another day with them leaving runners in scoring position. But it was even worse today because a runner never got to third base in the game. Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad will join us coming up next. What are the Phillies now? Great series against the Padres. Deflating series losses at home against the Milwaukee Brewers. And now they travel to Cleveland. Schedule doesn't get a lot easier just yet. We'll ask Bob his thoughts coming up next. Show on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Sail into summer in New Jersey, where sea breezes drift along iconic sunny shores. Stroll boardwalks or soar high on the rides. Take time out to breathe in the great outdoors. Treat yourself, shop, dine, dive into history, the arts and culture, from dazzling winning cities to charming towns in the countryside. Find it all at visitnj.org.
With torque vector and super handling all-wheel drive and a 355 horsepower turbo V6, the Acura TLX Type S is engineered to go fast. And with 4-piston Brembo front brakes, it's also engineered to stop fast. The 2023 Acura TLX Type S. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Find your new 2023 Acura TLX at Elite Acura. Online at EliteAcura.com.
Check. You might already know about the Acura MDX. V6 engine, seat 7. We have an announcement. We swapped that engine with a specially made 3-liter turbo V6, race-tuned the steering and suspension, and for the first time, added Type S performance to an SUV. So we're just going to drop this right here. The Acura MDX and first ever MDX Type S. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Find your new Acura MDX or MDX Type S at Elite Acura. Online at EliteAcura.com.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Your grandmother would write me pages.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Break free from the big three and switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Save hundreds a year on your wireless bill and get 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line per month. Visit your local Xfinity store to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Compares lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Q1 2023.
Powered by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network. Hey, it's Chris Coleman. Chances are you haven't won millions of dollars in the lottery lately, but consider this question. If you wanted to be in the top 1% in New Jersey, one of the richest people in the state, how much would you have to earn? If you guessed $500,000 a year, you're not even close. A new survey finds that for you to be rich, quote unquote, here in New Jersey, you have to make about $817,000 a year.
Are you ready to smell better naked? I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the OBGYN creator of Lumi, the whole body deodorant that's clinically proven to control odor for 72 hours on pits, feet, privates, and beyond. It's pH optimized to safely and effectively control odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. Plus, it's proven to work better than a shower with soap alone. Whether you shower twice a day or 3 times a week, Lumi works better. And did we mention it's aluminum free? With over 200,000 5-star reviews, I'm so sure you're going to love it, or you can return it for free.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 800 and get an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, free product of your choice, and ships free with code 800. LUMEdeodorant.com, code 800 for an extra $5 off a Lumi starter pack. Love it or return it for free. That's LUMEdeodorant.com, code 800.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. The weekend forecast is looking fantastic, but we're not there yet. Showers may roll into South Jersey tonight, especially after midnight. Low temperature 71. Tomorrow morning through midday, thunderstorms are likely with heavy rain a possibility. Spotty showers may hang on through the afternoon and early evening. Mostly cloudy and 87. Sunshine, low humidity, and 80s this weekend. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
It's our 5th birthday at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, and we want to celebrate with you. All summer long, there will be over $5 million in gifts and prizes. Headline entertainment, including Matt Rife, Ice Cube, and our exclusive birthday bar. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Henning filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Phillies lose 2 straight. Man, they looked bad today. But was it just a bad day at the office, or are the Phillies coming back down to the mean? Well, we'll ask Bob Wankel, of course, from Crossing Broad, at Bob_Wankel on Twitter. He joins us right now here on the Sports Bash as the Phillies lose this afternoon 4-0. Bob, they went from 1 for 8 in runners in scoring position yesterday to nobody getting to third base today. What a great day at the ballpark for the fans.
Yeah, only 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position today, so it wasn't really frustrating. They never really had a chance. Right. Better cancel the season. 2 straight losses, back-to-back losses. Sound the alarm. It's over.
So what do we take away from? They beat up on the Padres. They got the big win on Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, they fall flat. Is it just a bad day at the office?
Yeah, I probably chalk it up more to that, but I also don't want to overlook some of the issues. I mean, this offense continues to be inconsistent, and if you look at this entire homestand, 7 games, 5 times they trailed by at least 3 runs. Now, they were able to overcome that against the Padres, in part because San Diego's bullpen is a disaster. Now, you look at the Milwaukee bullpen, and the Brewers are not built to get big leads, but if they get multi-run leads, they are built to protect them. So Milwaukee can't hit, but they have a very good bullpen. And, in these last 2 games here, they were able to, beat the Phillies and keep the Phillies quiet offensively. And that was the biggest difference. So what we're seeing, I think, right now is the starting rotation for the Phillies taking a little bit of a step back. They haven't been bad, but they haven't been lights out the way that they were through the month of June. And this offense has been unable to, as consistently sort of mask that as that they have been earlier in this little run before the starting rotation got hot. So it's really all about the offense for me right now.
So is the offense just inconsistent, or are they a team that can't figure this out? Because you know what people are saying out there when they win the games, Bob, that's the offense we thought they were. Dave Dombrowski says this week in multiple conversations, we have Schwarber, we have Turner, we have like the Phillies organization, their mantra keeps sounding like it's, hey, we got the hitters. But then the fans say, yeah, but you went one freight runner in scoring position on Wednesday night, and you got nobody at third base on Thursday. What gives?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the reason that the offense is so inconsistent is because they don't have enough power. They don't hit enough home runs. When you looked at this lineup in the beginning of the season, it was built to be relentless, that anyone up and down this order could beat you. They can beat you with the 3-run homer. And it just does not materialize that way. They have no power from their corner infield positions, whether it's Alec Boehm, Derek Hall, before it was Cody Clemens, Sosa when he plays. There's just not enough power from the corner infield spots. And then their designated hitter, a guy that you would think would probably be good for at least 20 home runs in a shortened season, has 4 home runs right now. And so when you look at that, I think that is baseball in a nutshell. I mean, if you watch teams around the league, they all are to some degree a little bit inconsistent, but the teams that have that thump and have that home run ability on a more consistent basis, those are the best offenses.
What's weird is that, when people talk about where the Phillies stand, one of the questions I've had this week, Bob, at least for me on game night and not filling in for Mike Gill today, is, we all agree the Braves are the best team in the National League, right? And the Dodgers are probably number 2. But to me, there's so many flaws to all the other teams. You could almost make an argument the Phillies are either 3 or 4, because you mentioned the power issue with the Phillies. Giants don't hit home runs either. I mean, their leading home run hitter is Conforto with 14, I think. The Marlins, their offense is anemic, basically. The Reds, their pitching staff is an abomination. I mean, their pitching staff is poor. We saw, Rob, this is probably the best the Brewers have played all year, what you saw this week. So it's not like the Phillies are like this team that's not one of the better teams in the National League. So what does not getting the power you're expecting really mean in a National League that feels very top heavy?
If they don't address it, I think it'll show up at some point in the postseason. Do I think that the Phillies reach the playoffs independent of adding a meaningful bat in the middle of the lineup? I do, but I don't think that they can make that deep run if they don't have a little bit more potency in the middle of that order. So to your point, I agree with you. You see that Cincinnati, it's a fun team. There's a lot of energy there, a ton of young players, but they lack the pitching. Arizona has taken a huge step backwards. They don't have enough depth in their starting rotation. The Giants have played over their heads. Their August is brutal. I would expect them to take a step back. The Marlins cannot hit, as you said. They're young. I think that they've played above expectations. So when it all shakes out, I think the Phillies are one of the playoff teams here, the wild card, and I think that they're probably in comfortably. And when I say that, probably within 4 or 5 games. Like I think that they aren't chasing a playoff spot the final weekend of the season this year. But in terms of can you beat the Braves again in the playoffs when you have their full attention, after what happened last year? I think the Phillies have some work to do.
We're talking with Bob Wankel. Of course, he is the co-host of the Crossed Up of Phillies podcast, joining us here on the Elite Acura hotline here on 97.3 ESPN. Bob, you mentioned earlier getting a guy of impact. What does that really entail? Because I think it's fair to say the Phillies are not getting Ohtani or Trout, okay? Like, we could take that silliness and put it aside, but, like, what is a player of impact mean for you when you say that? Because, listen, every day I got Steve from Ventnor texting in. I got James DMing the shows. They all keep pitching me all these names, And some of the names are interesting, some of them are not, but I don't know if they're impact players.
Yeah, I mean, the guy that I would be calling about, I know that there's been a lot of attention paid to Ohtani, to Soto. I don't think that the Padres are necessarily sellers. I don't think that San Diego's dead yet either. But the guy that I have to look at, and St. Louis has kind of indicated that they're not interested at this point in trading him. It's Paul Goldschmidt. I don't buy the Bryce Harper at first base experiment right now. I don't know that that's a foregone conclusion that that's going to work out. The Phillies need power and production from the right side. To me, address corner infield, go have Paul Goldschmidt play first base, stick Alec Boehm at third, keep Schwarber in left. I know it's not ideal. Bryce Harper, UDH. To me, that's the formula here. It's not a perfect solution. I'd love to see Schwarber get out of left field. I know that they want the thing to work with Harper at first base, which we can probably talk about because that's been a really weird situation here this week with what's happened there, or what hasn't happened there, I should say. But if you could just say, like, what bat would you like to add to this lineup, it would be Paul Goldschmidt. And also, he's an unrestricted free agent after the 2024 season. So it sort of fits with, not only are you not getting a rental here, this is going to be an issue again next season. You can address it. And it sort of fits with this window of contracts that they have on this team with some of these veteran players. Like, to me, they have 23 and 24 with this group having that championship window. Like, in terms of can they win it with this group, I think you have 2 years to do it. And so Goldschmidt would fit into that as well.
If it's not Goldschmidt, then what is the next guy that could be like I know, like I said, you said Soto, Ohtani, throw that stuff out the window, but like, is there a right-handed bat that's not a Goldschmidt or Arenado that you say, hey, that makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, listen, so one of the names that's been kind of floated out there, and I actually think the first person to do it was Scott Lauber at the Inquirer. He had mentioned a guy like Adam Duvall of Boston, and pretty good defensive left fielder, can hit left-handed pitching, something the Phillies have really struggled with. That type of player, it's more about the platoon split with him, and then the added defense. He's decent out there. He can move around a little bit. But the problem is I don't know that Boston is a seller. You know, first of all, they're 51 and 46, so they're 5 games above 500. They just moved out of last place, and in that division, you know, everyone's pretty good, but everyone still has a shot to compete. And right. The Red Sox are the Red Sox, you know, to see them potentially be 8, 9, 10 games over 500 at the trade deadline, selling off meaningful pieces. I don't know that that's going to happen. So, but a player along those lines, somebody that can play a little bit of defense, can hit left-handed pitching. Maybe he's not a superstar, but a solid piece. Maybe they go that route.
Well, the AL East is so ridiculous. Most people don't know this. Tampa Bay is the number 1 wild card team right now because the Orioles just got that hot. So, yeah. I mean, you literally might have an entirely AL East, all the wild card spots, because the Red Sox are 2 games out of the wild card. Someone mentioned to me about Logan Thomas at the Nationals. I mean, is even that something to be considered?
Yeah, Logan Thomas is at a pretty, I mean, you know, he's a guy that has had a decent, I'm sorry, not Logan Thomas. Isn't Logan Thomas the tight end? Isn't he? I'm going to get my sports mixed up here.
I'm going to double check right now. I thought it was Logan Thomas, but let me double check. These guys all have similar names.
Lane Thomas. Lane Thomas. I just got back from the game, and I'm like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, wait a second. Let me make sure I'm going the right track here. Yeah, Lane Thomas actually had a decent season. He's a younger guy. He's only 27 years old. Not a star player, but more of like a complimentary piece. Washington is obviously one of the handful of teams that's actually out of the playoff picture right now. Right. And that's another part of this. Like, we talk about where the Red Sox are at. There's 23 teams that are within shouting distance of a playoff spot right now. So how many teams are actually not just going to sell, but are motivated to sell? Like, there might be some teams that are willing to do it, but you're going to have to overpay or blow teams away with offers. So I think that that's something else that you have to consider as well. But yeah, I mean, Lane Thomas has had a decent season, 819 OPS, sitting almost 300 for them. But I'd be lying to you if I said I knew what the market is on a player like him at this point.
I mean, he's also a good defensive outfielder. So, I mean, he's someone who has been thrown at me as a name. What is your position on Rojas right now? Like, what do you think the plan is for him?
I think that he is a player that will see time against left-handed pitching. I don't know that he can hit consistently enough to be a true factor for a team that's chasing after postseason position. But you can see in terms of the energy, the athleticism that he has, his ability to get reads on the baseball. He is a plus defensive player out in center field. And, no knock on Brandon Marsh. He's a solid defensive player, but he's probably more slotted to be a corner outfielder. So if Rojas can hold his own offensively, he's going to get an opportunity to play a little bit more. But right now, I kind of see him getting a couple starts a week and then maybe like a late game defensive replacement type.
Dave Dombrowski had a lot to say the other day on, now I gotta get the name right, the show, a New York Post baseball podcast with Joel Sherman and John Heyman, which arguably is one of the worst podcast names on planet Earth. But one of the things Dombrowski mentioned in there is that he kept reiterating this point, Bob, that like they think they got a good pitching staff and they think they got good hitters and that they're going to see what the market is like. I mean, you've heard Dave Dombrowski talk enough. What does he mean when he keeps downplaying what they'll do at the deadline?
Yeah, when he came here, the whole idea was that he's super aggressive and that he's all in, and he's a guy that can really, when he sees an opportunity or he sees an opening to go for it, he's going to go for it. And the question that I keep asking myself from a philosophical standpoint ahead of this deadline is that last year you saw them do a lot of patching. It was Noah Syndergaard, and Marsh was obviously a meaningful player, but it was more of like a platoon stopgap when they acquired him. They thought that they would be able to maybe unlock something with him offensively, and they have been able to, but that wasn't a superstar acquisition. David Robertson was adding to that bullpen. I don't know, to be honest with you. There's this part of me that says that the Phillies don't want to swim in those waters. They don't want to part ways with meaningful minor league prospects, but then there's part of me that says they have an older roster. They won the pennant last year. They probably know that they're not good enough to say like we should win the National League. So it to me requires something a little bit more bold and a little bit more aggressive. And though the logical part of me says that they're going to do exactly what they did last year, which is add a piece to the bullpen, find a platoon hitting, somebody that can hit from the right side, give them something. Maybe add a fifth starter. There's part of me that's allowing for this possibility that they might do something that makes you say, whoa. And I kind of in my heart think that they're going to do something that makes you say, whoa, I did not see that coming.
Before I let you go, you said make you go, whoa. What does make you go, whoa entail sending away? Because you just said it. Dombrowski and the organization keeps saying like, we got prospects. We're trying to build the system, blah, blah, blah. Right. Well, what does getting a whoa move entail in terms of trade?
Well, I think that there's three different possibilities for the Phillies in terms of what they might ultimately have to give up. If you look at their top prospects right now, 4 of their top 10 prospects are outfielders, and they used a lot of their past draft here a week ago, replenishing and restocking outfield prospects. So when we talk about Rojas, like I don't think that he's necessarily up here to be showcased, but as a player like that, somebody that could be put in part of a deal, they have some other intriguing outfield prospects that could be moved. They also, I think, to me, it's very, very possible if a player like Mick Abel, I could see Mick Abel going in a deal of consequence where they get back a meaningful offensive piece. I think that that's a possibility. And then from the major league roster, you look at like, well, what do they have that you can trade away on this major league roster right now? And it's difficult because you kind of almost feel like at this point that Bryson Stott is untouchable. Like, I don't see a trade. Like, I couldn't come up with a name where I'd want to part ways with Bryson Stott. I just think that there's enough there that it would be an immediate subtraction in terms of trying to win now by getting rid of him. So I just don't think it makes any sense. But the only other player on this roster that you could deal that has team control, a reasonable contract, and some talent, some upside that teams would actually want to investigate and maybe take a chance on is Alec Boehm. Like if I'm another team's GM, I say like I don't want Nick Castellanos. I don't want that contract. Like I'm not interested in something like that. And the Phillies wouldn't want to move him anyway. But who's a player that has some upside, has shown some promise, is under control, has a reasonable contract. It's Alec Boehm. And I don't think that they'll do it, but if they were going to subtract a piece off this major league roster, I think it would be him.
I mean, if you were able to get Nolan Arenado and you had to give up Alec Boehm, I think the Philly fan would rationalize that. But unless it's someone like that, I think, like you said, that's the problem. Some of these guys, you feel like they're part of the future. I mean, Boehm leads the team in RBI right now. I mean, that's the crazy thing. So
he does. And I don't really know how to look at it. I mean, I like Alec Boehm, and it's not a slight on him, but he's not a 300 hitter. He's not a 25 home run guy. He's not a great defender. I think that there's some upside with Alec Boehm that could be potentially unlocked. Like maybe there is a little bit more, but he's in the 4th year of his career here, and he's kind of a solid piece, but in terms of being an all-star, I don't think that's ever going to happen. So it's just a thing where if the Phillies had an opportunity to really pounce and get a true difference maker, would they consider it? Yeah, I think that they would at least have to consider that internally.
He's Bob Wankel. Follow him on Twitter at Bob_Wankel. And of course, he's the co-host of the Crossed Up a Phillies podcast. And he joins us each week here on the Sports Bash. Bob will be back on next week when Mike Gill returns from his trip with his baseball team. Bob, appreciate you jumping on today.
Hey, talk soon, Josh.
Josh and filling for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. And Bob Wankel's appearance was thanks to the Elite Acura hotline. Visit Elite Acura during the Summer of Performance event located on Route 73 North in Mapleshade. Online at EliteAcura.com.
A sports station that hits a home run every time.
Swing and a drive, forget it. Right field, way back, look out, second deck, and it's gone. Kyle Schwarber with a mammoth home run over the right field fence into the second deck.
It's 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home for the best Phillies sports talk.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at BMWAtlanticCity.com.
Where are we on the lineup?
It's official. Avery is producing Main Street Music Days.
We need to be ready. We're going to have lots of people. What's the status on the new sound engineer?
They need an audio technician to keep things level from sound checks to encores.
Make sure audio from one stage does not compete with another.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Was there water in your basement or crawl space from the recent storms? Perfect Basement, based in South Jersey, provides certified waterproofing, mold remediation, and foundation repair. One call to resolve it all. They work in basements, crawl spaces, attics, anywhere that moisture creates mold. Call Perfect Basement before mold becomes a problem and find out why realtors choose Perfect Basement for their fast response and expert service. Schedule a free inspection and check out their great reviews at perfectbasement.com.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. It's a great time of year. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. Get in on the action all summer long, whether you're on the beach, the boat, or the boardwalk. Bet while you're on the lake and the Poconos. BetParx has you covered. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Check out live in-game betting, same-game parlays, teasers, and more. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances. Bet hits, home runs, and strikeouts in baseball. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Get in on the action all summer long. BetParx has you covered. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
The seafood extraordinary, the value tremendous. The sunsets on the house. Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant and the Boathouse Restaurant at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood. Experience the best of the Jersey Shore at Yuri's and the Boathouse.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's.
Hanging out with you on 97.3 ESPN, filling in for Mike Gill on a Thursday afternoon. You know, the Phillies are an interesting thing because I feel like every day we're trying to figure out how to make this team better. And, you know, I do say a little tongue in cheek that everybody keeps sending in ideas and recommendations for the Phillies. But I don't say critical or condescending. I say it because we're all trying to figure out this Rubik's Cube. You heard Bob Wankel say, he says, I don't think the team is going to not make the playoffs. He said, but he says, I don't think you could beat the Braves with the team as is in a 7-game series. You know, Bob said you're not going to surprise them this year. And I think that's the bigger issue right now for the Phillies, is you're not one of the best teams in baseball in terms of can you go win a 7-game series against a team like the Braves or in the World Series like the Astros or the Rays. But you can still make the postseason. You can still be one of the 3-4 best teams in the National League. And I think that's the differential. The Phillies are serious about winning a championship. They're going to make a move or two at 7. And it's not just about getting a right-handed bat. It's about getting a right-handed bat of consequence. You know, Lane Thomas, Adam Duvall, those guys of consequence. I was asking Bob Wankel earlier. I don't even know if you can answer that. Because me and Bob both kind of look at this team and say, we know they're talented, but we know they can be better. So how does that translate for the rest of the season? That is a big part of the conversation with the Phillies. Well, NFL and Phillies talk coming up next on Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN.
South Jersey business owners, when Eagles football returns to the airwaves this season, don't miss out. Make sure your business is a part of the Philadelphia Eagles season with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick on 97.3 ESPN. Touchdown! Every week, the NFL's most passionate fan base flocks to 97.3 ESPN radio to listen to their favorite team, the Philadelphia Eagles. Advertising with the Eagles can help your business connect with the consumers you are trying to reach. 97.3 ESPN is the most listened to sports source in all of South Jersey. That's what makes 97.3 ESPN such a powerful station for your business's message. So this Eagles season, don't have your business sitting on the sidelines. Be a part of the Philadelphia Eagles season on 97.3 ESPN. To be a part of the Eagles season, call Market President Mike Rubel at 609-910-5249.
Matt Black Jr. wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments.
I got approved with 0 down.
Freedom from high interest rates.
I got 2.49% for 72 months.
Freedom from overpriced new vehicles.
I got $6,000 off MSRP.
But most important, freedom from your old car.
I was told I was stuck in my lease. Matt Black Kia got me released.
Low 2.49% financing up to 72 months on every new EV in stock. And 0 down on every Kia in stock. Plus, get $6,000 off MSRP on every new Kia EV in stock. Finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Through KMF, Kia, Euro, and EV. 635 customer cash plus 2250 dealer discount off MSRP. Expires 8/5/23. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike in Harvard Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out.
If you have blood sugar concerns, here's incredible news. Finally, there's one complete doctor-formulated solution to get your numbers right. Thanks to berberine, a clinically researched super ingredient, berberine glucogold will help you maintain healthy blood sugar levels while supporting cholesterol and insulin sensitivity. Text FAMILY to 321-321 to start taking control of your blood sugar levels today. Berberine glucogold has been flying off the shelves for good reason. It pairs one of today's hottest ingredients found in nature with 3 other nutrients for incredible blood sugar results. If you're ready to take control and live your life with healthy blood sugar levels, text FAMILY to 321-321. Text right now and we'll send you a complimentary bottle. This exclusive Berberine glucogold offer is not available in stores. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting FAMILY to 321-321. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free. Text the word FAMILY to 321-321. That's FAMILY to 321-321. FAMILY to 321-321.
Hey, baseball fans, the Bet Parks app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. Bet Parks futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParks.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambler problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Crank the AC because it's not just hot, it's sizzling hot. All summer long at Parks Casino and Sportsbook. Pennsylvania's #1 casino brings you more ways to make this your hottest summer ever. The slots are hot. Table games are hot. The restaurants are hot. The biggest and best sportsbook on the East Coast is hot. The entertainment is even hot. Don't miss a minute of the action. Visit ParksCasino.com. Street Road exit off 95 in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Parks Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. 21 gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
So how are things? Oh, great. Katie just bought herself a new bike with her own money. What? My kids spend all their money on video games. How'd you get Katie to save? Just a little education. Did you know China prioritizes teaching financial literacy starting in preschool? That's so smart. American kids don't seem to hear a word about it in their classrooms, and I really can't teach it at home. They're being left behind. Actually, we can help at home, thanks to the Sensibles. The Sensibles? Mm-hmm. They're a team of animated superheroes who help kids ages 6 to 12 to develop smart money habits in a fun way. Katie gets a Sensibles kit in the mail with a great DVD, a comic book, and other fun activities each month. She also gets access to an interactive website with a library of lessons, other fun activities, and lots more. Oh, that's perfect. I'm signing my kids up today.
Visit bcs-kids.com today and enter promo code SENT for 20% off. Digital subscriptions also available. Subscribe at bcs-kids.com. That's CENT. It's the sensible thing to do.
Hi?
Afternoon. Atlantic City Electric here to install your new smart meter.
Did I order a new meter?
No, we're replacing old meters in South Jersey with new smart meters.
What's the catch?
No catch, just more insight and functionality.
Which means?
Soon, you'll have even more reliable electric service and new tools and programs to help you save energy and money.
Yep, that's smart. Learn more about smart meters at AtlanticCityElectric.com/SEN.
When you hear this,
They've got him again!
and this,
He scored!
and this,
Oh boy, what a move by Embiid!
you think of us. We are sports. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a town square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Clay from Mike Gill, final hour of the show, 97.3 ESPN. Man, it's been a wild week in the football world, and we'll get some more football talk this hour, plus some Phillies as well. As always, you can join the conversation at 609-403-0973. That is the text board. You also can DM the show to the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. Yeah, something to get to Glenn for having a message a little bit earlier in the show. You know, there are two teams in the NFC East, two of the Eagles' rivals who are going into the season dealing with guys threatening to hold out. And I think it's interesting because, you know, for as much as we talk about, hey, who's going to compete with the Eagles this year? Well, two of the teams that we expect to compete with the Eagles are both teams that got some issues to deal with. I'll explain in just a moment here on 97.3 ESPN. So, we were talking with Andrew DeCecco in the last hour on Football at 4 on 97.3 ESPN. And we talked about the NFC West. And Andrew brought up that, hey, you know, people assume that the 49ers are going to win their division, but he felt that the Seahawks have really closed the gap and that the 49ers quarterback questions combined with the Seahawks becoming a better team, there were some reasons why the 49ers may not be the presumptuous winner of their division. Well, for me at least, I don't know how you guys feel out there listening on 97.3 ESPN, out there on your car or on the app. We appreciate you tuning in to the show as you do every single day, listening to the station as much as you guys do. We appreciate all of you. But all of us, if we're thinking rationally, look at the 49ers and say, who's their quarterback? Brock Purdy is coming off of a significant surgery and injury. Are we really sure that he's going to be the quarterback week one for this team? And if the quarterback is Sam Darnold, is that good enough? I don't know. I don't know if Sam Darnold is good enough, right? So then, if the 49ers are maybe a lesser team because they still can't get the quarterback situation fixed, well, who's the next best team after them? It's supposed to be the Dallas Cowboys. Well, there's a problem with that because reports came out that Zach Martin, who is arguably the best offensive lineman on the Cowboys, he is threatening to potentially hold out. Zach Martin signed a contract extension before Mike McCarthy ever became head coach, before Dan Quinn was ever the defensive coordinator, before CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons were ever drafted. The guy is a first-team All-Pro 6 times. He is arguably the best best guard in general in the NFL. But the problem is that according to Adam Schefter and other people reporting have confirmed this report, Martin, who's scheduled to make $7 million this year, is considering not reporting a training camp because the team has shown a, quote, lack of interest in restructuring his contract. According to reports, Martin believes he is woefully underpaid relative to the market and his performance. This is a big deal because you saw what happened to the Cowboys when they lost Travis Frederick a few years ago, how it twisted their team sideways. Without Teron Smith, how it impacted that team in previous years as well. And I could argue that Zach Martin might be a better football player than both of them. Louis Riddick on the Zach Martin and the Cowboys situation, because it's not just Saquon Barkley going on the NFC East. There's another team, and Zach Martin is just as important, if not more important, to his team as Barkley is to his. Louis Riddick on the Zach Martin situation.
In order for you to execute on this new strategy and this new kind of philosophical approach to offensive play that Mike wants to play, you better have your best offensive lineman there. You better figure out a way to get him healthy. You better not have his rhetoric being that which is, you know what, I'm considering sitting out. I don't think I'm really appreciated. I think I'm woefully underpaid. You got to have him in the fold in order to get this run game going. And on top of it, think about the situation they're at running back with just Tony Pollard. They don't even have any depth really at that position, and he's coming off of a serious lower leg injury. So right now, this is kind of a house of cards for them. If Zach Martin winds up missing time, it could really go from bad to ugly for them as far as how they're trying to play this year offensively.
And it gets back to how NFL teams run their teams. Saquon Barkley is the most important player on the Giants offense. The Giants offense, who he was tied for the team lead with 57 receptions with Ricky James last year. A Giants offense that is hoping Darren Waller is healthy for at least 14 of the 17 games this year, and that would be a major upgrade for their receiving core. A Giants offense that needs him to take pressure off of Daniel Jones. You could argue, for as well as Jones played last year, Barkley was the one who took the pressure off of him. Zach Martin now is saying, hey, you're not valuing me. You haven't offered me a legitimate contract extension. I'm the best guard in the NFL. I'm a 6-time All-Pro. Not Pro Bowler, All-Pro. Zach Martin is building a Hall of Fame resume. And even he is scheduled to make less money than Saquon Barkley. And Saquon Barkley is scheduled to make less money than a bunch of other running backs in the NFL. So you see the problem here. You have two teams in the Eagles division that have mismanaged their situations to the detriment of their own teams. And now you could have two of the better teams in the NFC, two teams that made the playoffs last year, two teams that should be among the contenders to, if they don't beat the Eagles, at least push the Eagles this year. And now both of them could be heading into training camp without two of their most important players, Martin for the Cowboys, Barkley for the Giants. It has to make you wonder what is going on in the NFC East. By the way, today the Washington Commanders were officially approved the sale of Josh Harris from Daniel Snyder. And apparently Daniel Snyder is threatening people again, which is always fun fodder for all of us. But still, the NFC East going, when I walked into this studio on Monday this week, I had one perspective of the NFC East. And now on Thursday at 5:10 p.m., I have a different perspective. Because there's no way the Giants are as good of a team this year without Saquon Barkley, especially with a tougher schedule this year. And there's no way Zach Martin not on the Cowboys, or at least being unhappy on the Cowboys, is a good thing. This is starting to look like a division that's in a little bit of turbulence. It has to make you appreciate the Eagles and what they got with Howie Roseman. Jerry Jones is so out of touch that he is letting arguably one of the most important players in his franchise on the field not get paid and him threaten not to show up. And as Lou Riddick said, this is a problem. You can't have a guy who is a 6-time All-Pro. Again, not Pro Bowler, All-Pro. Just casually threaten not to be there. The dude is building a Hall of Fame career. Do you know that in Dallas Cowboys history, the only players who have 6 Pro Bowl, All Pro selections or more in their careers are Randy White, Bob Lilly, and Larry Allen? That's the tier Zach Martin's on. But you won't pay him? I feel like the Cowboys are ruining an opportunity here. They better get this man signed. Now, that's different than Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley on the Make Money podcast came out and said what we all wondered how he felt about his contract situation. Now, I will admit, I did not listen to the hour plus podcast interview. I listened to about 30 minutes of it, but this is the part of the podcast that stood out to a lot of people because in the podcast, he was very like, hey, I want to be with my teammates. I want to be out there with them. I believe in what we're doing in the organization. But he also said this.
This is my leverage. My leverage is I can say to the Giants. I can say to my teammates and be like, you want me to show you my worth? You want to show you how valuable I am to the team? I won't show up. I won't play it down. And that's a play I can use. Anybody knows me, knows that's not something I want to do. But like it's something that crossed my mind. It's like I never thought I would ever do that. But like now I'm at a point where it's like, Jesus, like I might have to take it to this level.
You hear how reluctant he is. And I feel like guys like Barkley and Martin are reluctant to pull the holdout card. They're reluctant because they're team players first. Barkley wants to be out there with his teammates. Martin wants to be out there with his teammates. These guys don't want to not show up, but they feel like that they're being mishandled. They feel like that their organizations are not valuing them enough. And yet, what's going on? They're both threatening to have to show up for training camp. Again, these are 2 playoff teams from last year. These are 2 teams with aspirations. These are 2 teams that should be positioning themselves to push the Eagles or compete with the Eagles in the NFC. And instead, they don't have their own houses in order. Craziness. Eagles report the training camp next Tuesday, and there's a possibility they're the only team that has a whole team show up for camp. Josh Henning filling for Mike Yell here on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Text board is open at 609-403-0973. Glenn and Avseekin chimes in. It says there has to be something said for the rules of the game protecting the quarterback position and making it easier to invest in them. There are very good running backs out there, but because of the nature of the position and the wear and tear the running back takes, makes it hard to invest in the position long term. Glenn goes on to say, as a running back, you get that rookie deal, and even if you have a special back, it's not easy to get a long-term deal after that. That's the nature of the position, and it is the point running backs know going into it, right? It's a passing league now. It's a business decision for these teams. Sometimes it's hard to take emotion out of it. It's not easy, but it's just business. That's from Glenn and F. Seeking. Glenn, there's nothing inaccurate that you said about that. Everything you said is a fact. But it doesn't make it right. There's an old saying in legal circles I learned when I was younger was there are facts and there are true facts. There are the facts that you find that support your argument. There are the facts that you find that determine your opinions. The facts are, Glenn from Abseekin, you're right. The facts are that the league is built around protecting the quarterback position, and the quarterback being his best. The true fact is that Daniel Jones is probably not the same quarterback without Saquon Barkley than with him. And that Dak Prescott is not the same quarterback without Zach Martin than with him. So part of protecting the quarterback, part of investing in the quarterback has to be also looking at the quarterback and saying, how do I put the best talent around you? And part of putting the best talent around you is making sure that if you're investing in the players around the quarterback, you're also simultaneously investing in said quarterback. A guy like Patrick Mahomes said, I am not going to break my organization. I'm going to sign a staggered contract where every other year I get paid big money and the other years I don't get paid big money. Jalen Hurts signed a similar contract. Staggered money. The deal where the quarterback is not maximizing every single dollar out of his team. Patrick Mahomes, this upcoming season, his salary cap number is $39 million. He has a $22.4 million roster bonus, a $5 million base salary, and $1 million workout bonus. Next year, he has a $46 million cap hit. The year after that, 48. The year after that, 44. Patrick Mahomes, at age 34, a few years from now, has a $44 million cap hit. That year, he's only going to be making $43 million. Sounds crazy, right? Well, the year before, he's only going to make 43. But the year before that, he's going to make 59. Why? Because Patrick Mahomes understands that he can't be the highest paid player in the league every single year and hope his team can afford to put the talent around him that he needs. Look at Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts signed a contract that gave him $110 million fully guaranteed. But because of the voidable years on the contract and them kicking the money down the lane to 2029, his cap hit this season is $6 million. Next year, it's $13 million. The year after that's 21, then 31, then 41, then 47. And because of all the voidable years at the end of his contract, by the time you get around the 2027 and 2028, when that number starts getting real tenuous, and there's that poison pill in there, that's going to force the Eagles back to the negotiating table. Hurts can then again renegotiate for more guaranteed money up front. Because remember, a Jalen Hurts signing bonus, a Patrick Mahomes workout bonus, these all have value for these guys. Just think about what these guys are doing. If we're investing in the quarterback, Glenn from Absekin, I say you got to invest in the offensive lineman as well. Give Zach Martin his money. Give Saquon his money. And you know what? If Dak Prescott and Daniel Jones are too soft enough to realize they need those guys around them, then maybe they're just dumb. I mean, maybe that's the problem. Yeah, Jalen Hurts is signing. So Jalen Hurts' contract has 179, was equivalent to 180 million guaranteed, but it's a fully guaranteed 110 million. That's the dead cap hit if the Eagles ever cut him. So, and look, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, MVP conversation, Daniel Jones, Dak Prescott, not. Need the other players. David and Violent chimes in at 609-403-0973. Says, with as many interceptions Dak threw last year, you'd think they would sign Martin immediately to an extension. That's from David and Violent. Here's the thing with the Dak interceptions. The Dak interception problem is complicated because there's there's a part of you that looks at Dak and says, okay, he had the interceptions, but, I say but, were all those interceptions because he didn't have good enough blocking, because he made bad decisions? I mean, some of those interceptions bounced off of guys' hands. But you're right. They should sign Martin immediately because, as Lou Riddick said, the style of offense that they're running needs a guy like Zach Martin out there. I mean, when I saw Zach Martin's making $7 million upcoming year, I was like, really? Double that number. It makes more sense. Tyler in Galloway chimes in at 609-403-0973. He says, why should the Giants pay top of the market for Barkley when no one is paying running backs? They offered him 13 to 14 million with 22 guaranteed. That's pretty good considering the market. Barkley's value will be less if he decides to sit out. The Giants have to get their cake. The Giants have to get their cake and eat it too. That's from Tyler in Galloway. Well, a couple things there, Tyler. One, the insinuation out there, and we talked with Jordan Ron on the ESPN NFL Nation reporter early on the show about this. The insinuation is that Barkley believes that if he was an unrestricted free agent, that he could have potentially gotten more than 13 to 14 million. And I don't think that assumption is wrong by Barkley, because there are a lot of teams in the NFL that need running backs. You could argue that if Barkley was a free agent, maybe Miles Sanders doesn't go to the Panthers. Maybe the Falcons don't draft Bijan Robinson. Maybe the Cowboys don't franchise tag Tony Pollard. Maybe a team like the Rams go and get a guy like Saquon Barkley. There's a lot of possibilities for Barkley if he was an unrestricted free agent. So we don't actually know what the market for Barkley is. I think it's a little unfair by you, Tyler. Now, I agree with you that with the Giants offering him 13 to 14 million a year, he should have just said, yes, please sign me up. The problem with the 22 million guaranteed is what you're telling Barkley is, we're only guaranteeing you 11 million for the first 2 years. You got to make up the rest of the money. You got to go and earn the other 3 to 4 million each year. And after those first 2 years, there's no guaranteed money. Barkley, like all players, want job security. They want financial security. Now, Tyler, you're right. His value goes down if he sits out. And I think that's the biggest problem for Barkley. I think Barkley is a smart guy. I think he cares about his teammates enough to understand that it's not in his interest or the team's interest for him to sit out the year. But he can sit out training camp and not get fined and wait until the very start of the season to sign that franchise tag and be on the field for the Giants week 1. That is certainly a real possibility. And listen, Tyler and Galloway, I don't disagree with you. Being offered 13 to 14 million is not a bad way to go. Getting $22 million guaranteed is a good deal. As we talked about earlier on the show, when you are a team that drafts a guy as high as they did Barkley, when you are a team that takes a guy like Saquon Barkley and says, we are going to draft you that high, and we're going to give you a contract that pays you $11 million, $11 million a year. Sorry, $11 million over. I'm reading the number wrong. My apologies. $11 million over 5 years, and then a $20 million signing bonus. That means all in all, Saquon Barkley has made $38.6 million in his career already in the NFL. And then you tell him, after making $38.6 million in his career, that he's only worth $22 million guaranteed moving forward. Listen, I hear what you're saying, Tyler and Galloway. People like you and me will take a tenth of that, and we'd be happy. You know how many bills that the average person could pay with $22 million or $2 million or $220,000 guaranteed? We could pay a lot of bills. We can get ourselves out of debt. Our lives would be much different, right? But for a guy like Barkley, he says, whoa, man, you pay me $38.6 million in total for 5 seasons. And now you're offering me $22 million guaranteed for the next 2? And I'm no longer a rookie? And I've proven that I'm the most important player on this offense? And that Dalen Jones might not be who he is without me? That's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of guys. These guys are proud athletes. They work their tails off to get in the shape. They do everything possible to be on the field each and every week. Barkley has had to bounce back from a crazy injury that derailed his career. Again, it's easy for us to say, Terry and Galloway, Glenn and Absekin, it's easy for us to say, hey, take what you can get. This is what the market called for. You want more money. The more money's not out there. It's easy for us to say that when we're not in that situation. So it's a conundrum. Are you grateful for what you have? Or do you keep aspiring to get more? Josh and Philly for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. And see how coming up on the other side, we'll get more of your texts at 609-403-0973. A lot of football talk throughout the show today. Plus, speaking of football, Good Morning Football has some recommendations for Aaron Rodgers now living in the state of New Jersey. And I got to tell you, I think they gave Aaron some bad advice. I'll tell you what that advice is next here on 97.3 ESPN.
We have the perfect remedy for sitting in traffic. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stopped, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text PLACE to 200-300.
Matt Black Kia wants to give you independence. Yes, independence. Like freedom from down payments.
I got approved with 0 down.
Freedom from high interest rates.
I got 2.49% for 72 months.
Freedom from overpriced new vehicles.
I got $6,000 off MSRP.
But most important, freedom from your old car.
I was told I was stuck in my lease. Matt Black Kia got me released.
Low 2.49% financing. Up to 72 months on every new EV in stock. And 0 down on every Kia in stock. Plus, get $6,000 off MSRP on every new Kia EV in stock. Finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF, Kia Niro, and EV. 635 customer cash plus $22.50 dealer discount off MSRP. Expires 8/5/23. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
So how are things? Oh, great. Katie just bought herself a new bike with her own money. What? My kids spent all their money on video games. How'd you get Katie to save? Just a little education. Did you know China prioritizes teaching financial literacy starting in preschool? That's so smart. American kids don't seem to hear a word about it in their classrooms, and I really can't teach it at home. They're being left behind.
Actually, we can help at home, thanks to the Sensibles.
The Sensibles?
Mm-hmm. They're a team of animated superheroes who help kids ages 6 to 12 to develop smart money habits in a fun way. Katie gets a Sensibles kit in the mail with a great DVD, a comic book, and other fun activities each month. She also gets access to an interactive website with a library of lessons, other fun activities, and lots more.
Oh, that's perfect. I'm signing my kids up today.
Visit bcs-kids.com today and enter promo code SENT for 20% off. Digital subscriptions also available. Subscribe at bcs-kids.com. That's CENT. It's the sensible thing to do.
O'Reilly! Refresh your ride at O'Reilly Auto Parts with the new Art of Car Care line from Turtle Wax and LA street artist Mr. Cartoon. Whether it's a detailer to give your paint that extra shine or wheel and tire products to keep them spinning in style. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Get Turtle Wax and Mr. Cartoon's The Art of Car Care exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Powered by the all-new BetParks New Jersey Casino and Sportsbook app. BetParks.com. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Hey, it's Chris Coleman. Chances are you haven't won millions of dollars in the lottery lately, but consider this question. If you wanted to be in the top 1% in New Jersey, one of the richest people in the state, how much would you have to earn? If you guessed $500,000 a year, you're not even close. A new survey finds that for you to be rich, quote unquote, here in New Jersey, you have to make about $817,000 a year.
Atlantic City is your place for really fun, really cool times this summer. Live it up with a true original. Enter to win an authentic AC getaway at AtlanticCityNJ.com.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. The weekend forecast is looking fantastic, but we're not there yet. Showers may roll into South Jersey tonight, especially after midnight. Low temperature 71. Tomorrow morning through midday, thunderstorms are likely with heavy rain a possibility. Spotty showers may hang on through the afternoon and early evening. Mostly cloudy and 87. Sunshine, low humidity, and 80s this weekend. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Business owners got pests? Look no further than Viking Pest. Viking's commercial team specializes in tailored pest control solutions. Discover how Viking can moderate your pest control with smart digital rodent control. Visit VikingPest.com. That's VikingPest.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
From 973 ESPN, 973 ESPN. Mobile app. Glad to have you guys on board the show today. Your text just a bit on the NFL 609-403-0973. PMs is the 973 ESPN mobile app is free. Thanks to First Bank. If you have the 973 ESPN mobile app, you check out my latest articles on the website. I tell you about who NFL executives and coaches have ranked as the top wide receivers in the NFL. One Eagle made a top 10 list. 2 tackles are among the top 10 ranked, as well as certain center of the Eagles is the number 1 ranked center in the league. You knew that, but he's only the 6th best interior offensive line. Find out all the details at 973ESPN.com and 973 ESPN mobile app for the latest on the Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, and Flyers, and also different events and happenings around South Jersey. Go check out the website. Speaking of South Jersey, as someone who has lived now about, 3/4 of my life in South Jersey, okay, you tend to become a little bit defensive, possessive, whatever you want to call it, of the area you live, for better or for worse. And, I'm very passionate about what happens in South Jersey. I like to see people from this area do well. I like to see good people, small businesses down here do well. It's one of the reasons why I like to write some of the articles I do on the websites, highlighting local small businesses, talking about different events, raising money for charity down here. So because of that, when I hear Good Morning Football talk about New Jersey, it makes me cringe a little bit. I'm surprised more people didn't say something about this when it happened. So it's a time of year in the off season where people are trying to kill time, right? Fill airtime. So Good Morning Football decided to have a segment because Aaron Rodgers, who plays for the New York Jets, but the Jets play in New Jersey, and Rodgers is now living in New Jersey. And we've all seen it. Aaron Rodgers is out and about living his best life, right? He's going to Taylor Swift concerts. He's going to, basketball and hockey games. He's living a good time, having a good life. But Good Morning Football decided, hey, we're going to give Rodgers advice about living in New Jersey. So the first set of advice given to him was by Jamie Erdahl on Good Morning Football. Now, for those who don't know, Jamie Erdahl is not from New Jersey. She's originally from Minnesota area, okay? And so she said, I'm going to give Aaron Rodgers advice as someone who's lived a long time in the area that Rodgers used to play in, Green Bay. So as a non-local moving to New Jersey, this was her advice for Rodgers about living in New Jersey. This is from Good Morning Football on NFL Network.
Figure out that you play football in New Jersey. I know your team name is New York, but don't make the mistake I do when I say MetLife is it's very confusing, but the point is you play football in New Jersey. Which park? There are many different parkways. What is a parkway? Which one do you live off of and what your exit number is? The
exit is huge. It says a lot about you.
This is the most important one. There is a difference, Aaron, between down the shore and out to the beach. The beach is the Hamptons. The shore is the Jersey Shore. Very huge difference. Make sure you hear it correctly when you're invited to a body of water, all right? Also, don't say your town name. Don't say where you actually live. You just say the county, like, Bergen County, and then someone's like, nice, I live in, what's another one?
Essex County.
Essex County. You just go, yeah, sure. And they're implying that those are neighboring in some capacity. You're never going to know. It's like Mishawaka and Madison. You think they're close. Whatever it means, just nod and say, you got it.
Couple problems there with Erdahl's explanation. Number one, it's very obvious that she has spent most of her time in the Toms River and North section of New Jersey. So this is more like North Jersey recommendations for Rodgers than anything else. Now, I do agree with her. Going to the beach and going to the shore are not one and the same. They're two different types of verbiage. The problem is she mentions about how people are defined by their exits. I don't know how many people actually define themselves by an exit anymore, because most of us, unless you actually live in a town that is directly off of an exit, like a Toms River or an Atlantic City or an Ocean City, you're probably not fully defined by an exit. For example, there's 2 exits to get into Wildwood, and there's no exit to get into K-May. You just drive straight over the bridge and you're in K-May. So it feels like some of this advice is very hyper-specific to North Jersey, not New Jersey. I do find the counties thing funny, because I know for me, as someone who works in Atlantic County but lives in Cape May County, and I've lived in Cape May County for the entire time I've lived in New Jersey, but I've worked in Atlantic County for half of my time living in New Jersey, I'm very well aware of the county delineation. So I did find that funny, but I'm already starting to get a pattern here for Good Morning Football. This is a lot of North Jersey advice, not a South Jersey advice. So now we get to Mr. Jason McCourty, Mr. I played at Rutgers, Mr. I'm a Jersey resident. His advice to Rodgers about living in New Jersey, again, from Good Morning Football on NFL Network.
You don't have to pump your own gas.
Bro, get out of the car.
Do not get out. We are offended by that. I don't care if it's cold, hot, whatever. Stay in your car and just hand the money over. We have you covered. Hit the local diners. It's not all about these chain restaurants. We are known. There's the most diners in New Jersey in the entire country. North Jersey people, completely different from South Jersey people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. North Jersey people, we think we're from New York. South Jersey people, they attempt to be from Philadelphia. They're so confused, they don't know what to do.
When really they're just from outside of Atlanta.
This last thing, Central Jersey does not exist. If somebody mentions that to you, just say, I have no idea what Central Jersey is. It's either North Jersey or it's South Jersey. There is no in between. It's winning or it's losing. No one cares about the ties. That is Central Jersey.
All right, so here's the deal. McCourty starts out really good, saying, look, you don't pump your gas in New Jersey, someone will pump it for you. Don't get out of the car. Great advice by him to start. Go to the local diners. Don't go to the chain restaurants. Support the local businesses. Totally on board with that. I am a huge, big-time advocate for local businesses. I personally have not eaten at a quote-unquote chain establishment in probably at least a decade. You know, I haven't gone to an Applebee's or a Longhorn Steakhouse or Outback Steakhouse or a McDonald's or a Burger King or, Pizza Hut, Domino's. I haven't eaten any of that stuff in a decade because to me, it's that important to support local business. So McCourty had me at the start. Then he had to insult everyone who lives in South Jersey by saying that, South Jersey people are basically posers because we identify with Philadelphia and not New York. So it's obvious that McCourty is a North Jersey guy and he has a bias against South Jersey people. See, this is what happens when people on television talk about things they know nothing about. First of all, South Jersey is better than North Jersey, okay? It's not South Jersey people's fault that the majority of us either were born in Philadelphia or our family lived in Philadelphia and we all moved south at some point. It's not our fault that literally an entire segment of the population down here all moved here from somewhere else at some point in time. Whether it was us or our parents or our grandparents. Okay? Listen, my grandfather lived in Philadelphia. My mom lived in Philadelphia. But then over time, everyone started leaving the city. McCourty doesn't know that because he's from North Jersey. So the reason why I have to explain this. I have to explain cultural dynamics to a football player, but I am. He's not even listening to me. He's probably, sitting on his porch somewhere in his nice house, hanging out with his kids or something. That's the reason why he doesn't understand South Jersey. See, he says diners are everywhere. But food in South Jersey is typically better than food in North Jersey. Why? Because North Jersey food is typically a knockoff of New York. See, there's a lot of people who are New York fans who never lived in New York City. There's a lot of people who live in South Jersey whose families have lived in Philadelphia. New York City is a massive metropolis of multiple boroughs. Basically, New York City is like 6 cities in one massive miniature state. It's like the United Cities of New York is what New York City is. So for people in North Jersey, they don't understand how South Jersey can identify so intensely with one metropolis when they're constantly arguing over which metropolis are you from. Are you from Manhattan? Are you from the Bronx, Brooklyn? Oh, never mind. I'm not even from any of those. I'm from Long Island, way out east. Like, it's a whole argument up there in New York. There's a lot of pride that goes into that. And so because of that, North Jersey people are already a little confused, right? So South Jersey is better because we have less of identity crisis. Our food is better because it's more delineated in terms of taste and quality and less confused as North Jersey is. North Jersey resents South Jersey because our air is fresher, our beaches are better, our quality of environment is better. So McCourty's just a hater. I am a huge watcher of Good Morning Football on NFL Network. I watch it a lot. I may have to decrease my viewership of Good Morning Football a little bit. Some bad takes. No balance at all. If Aaron Rodgers took that advice, I hope he never wins a playoff game. Josh Innick here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. 973 ESPN FM, 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Wrap up the show coming up on the other side.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stopped, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text PLACE to 200-300.
Do the bump, do the hustle, do the funky chicken. But whatever you do, get down to Royal Farms Chicken Palooza. Right now, get a 3-piece world-famous chicken meal. White, dark, or chicken tenders with Western fries for just $6, with a portion of each chicken meal sale donated to local charities. Can you dig it? Plus, register to win world-famous chicken for a year. That's a 3-piece world-famous chicken meal with Western fries for only $6. Don't stop till you get enough. But hurry, Royal Farms Chicken Palooza is only for a limited time. So boogie on in for Royal Farms Chicken Palooza. Going on now, and it's just the way. You like it. Real fresh, real fast, Royal Farms. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Sweepstakes ends August 31st, 2023. Chicken for a year prize to be awarded as 8 $100 Royal Farms gift cards. For details and official rules, visit royalfarms.com/chicken-palooza-sweepstakes. Void where prohibited. Sponsored by Royal Farms.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. With Skyrizi, and visit or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Keeping your kids safe is a full-time job, whether it's putting on outlet covers, installing child gates, or gluing down your priceless vase. So Duracell made one part of childproofing simple. Our lithium coin batteries are the only ones coated in a non-toxic bitterant to help discourage swallowing. Your kid is safer, and you've got one less thing to worry about. Or glue down. Duracell, engineered for more. Available in 2032, 2025, and 2016 sizes.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to mattblattkianj.com for more details. That's mattblattkianj.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Josh, I think wrapping up the show, don't forget, I'll be back in for Mike Gill one more day tomorrow. Then Mike will be back next week. Happy Hour Friday tomorrow. Can't wait for that. Got a busy show coming up tomorrow. No game night tonight. Coming up next to be the best of the Sports Bash. If you missed my conversations with Bob Wankel about the Phillies, Dave Klemick about the NFL, or Jordan Ronan about the Giants, Saquon Barkley, you hear all those conversations coming up during the 6 o'clock hour tonight. Over on the text board, Dave and Violin follows up on the conversation we just had about North Jersey versus South Jersey. David says, having lived all over the country, met people from everywhere because I was in the military, South Jersey is not well represented. And a good point about where your parents are from. My mom is from Pottsville. My dad is from Germantown. Any Jersey reference outside the area, 9 times out of 10 is going to be a North Jersey reference. And Violent. You're right, David. And look, Violent's a perfect example. People talk about South Jersey and almost never talk about Millville and Violent, for goodness. People only know that Millville exists because of Mike Trout, basically. And they know Violent exists now because of Isaiah Pacheco. You know, I mean, that's it. They have no idea that, you know, Millville and Violent are two of the oldest towns in the state. You know, you actually go on a list of like the top 10 oldest towns in the state of New Jersey. Violent and Millville are on that list. There's a lot of history with those towns. People don't know that. Why? Because when they think of New Jersey, it's Toms River or Atlantic City and north. And then South Jersey is like this amalgamated region of a bunch of parts of the, I mean, let's be realistic. Salem County is nothing like Atlantic County. Gloucester County is nothing like Cape May County. And Cumberland County is nothing like Camden County. But yet all of those counties are lumped together as quote-unquote South Jersey. I will give Jamie Erdahl the credit for that. She's an outsider and gets that much. That she understood that being from different parts of a county, they're not all universal. It's like the joke in Parks and Recreation where they say that, you know, Pawnee and Eagleton, even though they're bordering towns, they're nothing like each other. All right, thanks again to everybody for listening to the show. I'll be back tomorrow for one more day filling in for Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday. Can't wait. Got a busy show for you tomorrow. Can't wait to hear from you guys on all your happy hour recommendations tomorrow. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill, the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's interleague action at Fenway Park in Boston.
Gone! Justin Turner walks it off.
Justin Turner and the Red Sox welcome Pete Alonso and the New York Mets.
A 3-run homer for Pete Alonso.
The Red Sox and Mets. Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN.